and commemorating tonight and, of course, observing the 82nd anniversary of D-Day, that fateful day in 1944. But on top of that, we are less than a month away from America's 250 here in Washington, D.C. It is absolutely incandescent with patriotism. I was walking across 12th Street the other day, and I saw this big, huge planter in the middle of the intersection that someone has painted with the stars and stripes. And you can feel that spirit here in this city, even in this city that is a very blue city. And I'm sure you all are feeling it across this country. And speaking of across this country, this very, very special event that we are hosting tonight and partnering with Moms for Liberty on Sea to Shining Sea. You guys were able to witness that gala that took place a month ago on Ellis Island. I was there in person, and it was one of the most special events and special moments of my life. And tonight is going to be absolutely no different. We have our very own David Zier out there in San Diego, California, on the USS Midway, where this is going to be taking place. It's going to be a spectacular night. And David Zier, a spectacular person himself, is there with another wonderful person, a spectacular lady and musician who was on our TV show last night, and she is there joining David. You guys, thanks so much for being here. Welcome. And I'm sure that it's already been a wonderful evening so far.
Yeah, people are filing in here. Amanda, good evening. We are in the beautiful San Diego Harbor. I have multi-platinum and gold album recording artist Natasha Owens. How are you today?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm wonderful. It's so great to see you. I'm so excited to be here. We're on the deck of the Midway, the first carrier that couldn't fit through the Panama Canal, 120 combat aircraft. We're going to get into a little bit of a breakdown on that later. And what an important historic role, considering it's not only the D-Day celebration, but in anticipation of America 250. And we've got two super carriers behind us, the Teddy Roosevelt and the Carl Vinson at the North Shore, the North Island Naval Station that are active. And the Abraham Lincoln, of course, is off the coast of Iran now in the Arabian Sea. But this is a special night. I joined you and Ben Berquam on Ellis Island for that America 250 fireworks celebration, the Sea to Shining Sea. Natasha performed. What an incredible night. This is like a part two of that across the country. Like you said, less than a month away from our anniversary here. But we're here to celebrate also the 5th anniversary of Moms for Liberty, co-founder Tina Descovich. We've got great speakers tonight: Glenn Beck, Sage Steele, David Barton from Wall Builders. We have state reps and Moms for Liberty chapter chair and elected officials from across the country. Natasha, you've got this great new single out, TDS. I was in with Mehmet Oz the other day in the briefing room, and someone asked him, is TDS real? And he said, you can't treat stupid. Tell us about your new song and your incredible video in partnership with Real America's Music.
Well, you know, TDS has been around for a long time, probably the past decade, and it's a term that we all know what it is. We all have seen it in full meltdown, right? The liberals just cannot keep it together when you mention the name Trump. Yeah. It's to the point of being delusional, right?
I start twitching. What happens?
Oh, my Lord. They go into full, absolute rage. And so you can just go to my social media on my Facebook alone and see how they have melted down at this experiment of the TDS song.
How's the song doing?
It's going amazing. Right now, I think it's number 40 on iTunes and climbing. So it's really had a great launch since yesterday. Right. But we thought we would just go ahead and, make fun of a situation that we all know and we're all aware of. And hopefully it's bringing the listeners joy, because I sure had fun making it.
Yes, and Amanda, we're, again, so thrilled to be here. We're on one of the elevators of the USS Midway here. It was retired in 1992, but such an important part of history. And this place is beautiful, Amanda.
Doubt. I've got to admit, I've got a little bit of FOMO, fear of missing out over there, because it looks like such a great evening and a great lineup. So, David, okay, so is the format of this going to be similar to what we saw at Ellis Island was that last month? Yeah, last month.
Yes, the format will be somewhat similar in that Glenn Beck, who's an amazing historian, and David Barton from Wall Builders, who's got this incredible knowledge on the Founding Fathers and the Judeo-Christian ethic that founded, when the Founding Fathers built this country on. But we expect them to talk about. They had a symposium downtown San Diego last night on parents' rights, AI's role in education, and we expect them to talk about, other issues tonight. And it's going to be a lot of speakers, and we expect a big celebration, great performers, and another special night. Moms for Liberty has this agenda, holding our leaders accountable, parental rights, activating moms to public service across the country. I have some examples of that for you later in the show, and just a terrific evening once again.
Yeah. So, David, last month when we were at the first installment of this series of galas, let's call it From Sea to Shining Sea, again, everybody, this is Moms for Liberty's event there in San Diego. But last month, you and I, David, had a really great chance, and Ben Bergquam as well, to talk to moms there who are, some of them were heads of Moms for Liberty chapters. Some of them were just moms who came for the event. But it was interesting because we had a lot of conversations with them about what was happening in their state. There was a mom from Michigan who was talking about some of the parental rights issues she was facing in her state. But then, David, you talked to moms from somewhere like New York or where you are in California, and, we were talking to Tina Descovich yesterday on the TV show, and she said, I think she referred to it as big eye conversations, when a mom leans over and she has really big eyes, but she's talking really quietly, because in the state of California, the sad thing is that you can't talk very loudly about a lot of these issues without being ostracized from your community or your kid getting shunned from his friends at school. But in states like California, it's so important, especially to have those parental rights conversations. And I imagine tonight, when you're talking to moms there at this event, they're going to have a lot of similar stories to the ones that we talked about, that we heard in New York.
Yes, and I have a state rep from Iowa, from Florida, from the Space Coast, from the 3rd District in Florida, Monique Miller. And then I have Sam Fett from Iowa, from the 22nd District in the Iowa House. They had a recent big superintendent scandal. The guy wasn't even, I don't think he was a citizen. He wasn't allowed to be in the job, just got a jail sentence. And they've had a number of legislative victories. And one of them in Florida was they got the Florida Parental Rights and Education Act passed, which was really important here because they didn't want K through 12 kids getting instructed on gender identity and other issues. They're working on age restrictions on website content, AI implementation. They want teachers in the classrooms, making sure there's human instruction in the classrooms, universal school choice type issues, and there's other stuff that they've been working on, protecting Title IX. They had recent course victories that, blocked Title IX from being in jeopardy, no men and women's sports. And so what have you seen, Natasha? How about back home? Do you have issues in your school district? And what have you seen going on?
I live in the great state of Texas, and even in Texas, you would be surprised that it is a constant battle. You win one little battle, but you have to win the war. So we have to keep the pressure going. And it is a big initiative with the mama bears in Texas taking care of business.
There's no doubt about that. And Texas is a very active group. And in California, there's 14 chapters of Moms for Liberty. There's one here in San Diego. They've grown to over 300 chapters nationwide. I remember our first interviews with Tina Descovich and Tiffany Justice back in 2021 in Orlando at CPAC, Amanda, and they've come a really long way.
Yeah. David, I wanted to ask Natasha her inspiration for this song. And I talked to her about this actually last night on the TV show, but David, you can relay this to her. TDS has been going on for a long time, but maybe it's at a fever pitch now, and maybe that's why her song TDS is resonating so much.
Right. So I was at the White House this week, Amanda. I saw you there, and what Trump has done in Washington, D.C., and how wonderful it's become, restoring 48 fountains, the reflecting pool. And Amanda wanted to ask you, is TDS at a fever pitch higher than ever right now in this country? Has it accelerated?
It has. You know, it really accelerated when he got back into office, but I've never seen anything like it like this year. It doesn't matter what the man does, they're going to oppose it, whether it is curing cancer, whether it is redoing the reflecting pool. They absolutely have a conniption. And that's why we decided to call it out, because it's just too ridiculous not to poke fun at.
Yeah, and I was at the fountain, the Columbus Fountain. I filmed that, and it's white. It's beautiful. The marble, the water's clear. There's no drug addicts hanging out all over it. It's not graffitied with Antifa. You don't get shanked or robbed at gunpoint in Union Station.
Right.
And the changes in D.C., right, have just been extraordinary. I feel like it's 50% better.
It's 100% better. I mean, during the Biden years, the homeless was on, there was a patch of grass at any intersection, anywhere, there would be a tent. The crime, you would hear gunshots every single time I walked outside in D.C. I heard gunshots. So President Trump has turned it around. It is a lively, back-to-business city now. It was completely desolate after COVID.
Yeah, now the heads are exploding, Amanda, as the reflecting pool has actually been filled up. I think it's officially launching on maybe the 9th of June. But now they're talking about an arch. I was in the Oval Office for that announcement where the arch is going to go. And Doug Burgum, the Interior Department, just doing amazing things. Like this team they've assembled, I've never seen anything like it in history.
I haven't either. And I mean, so accomplished. These people are so accomplished, not in politics, but in business. And so they have brought that to the White House and to D.C. And you can see that there's a whole nother governor in charge, right? It's different than it's ever.
Mayor Bowser likes Trump now, I heard.
No, she doesn't have TDS, which I'm really surprised about.
Yeah.
But
well, she did during J6.
She sure did. So I was a little worried about it. But she's been very thankful that he, cleaned up the city with the crime, for sure.
Yeah, she's got to be very appreciative of that, at least. So, Amanda, back to you.
Yeah. David, I'm sure you can attest to this, and Natasha as well. The thing about making this city better for Muriel Bowser is that you kind of have to take the politics out of the situation, because for Muriel Bowser, what ultimately defines a good city is that it is livable, it is travelable, and that it is liquid. And this city is going to become liquid when it comes to its assets. And by that, I mean, David, a year or two ago, before President Trump got here and before Washington, D.C. got the Trump glow-up treatment, half of the restaurants in this city were shut down. The stores were empty. K Street, they started actually calling it Decay Street because it was decaying, because so many of the businesses there were absolutely crumbling. But once you bring life back to a city, you bring back restaurants and nightlife and coffee shops and the things that we are seeing move back into these old empty spaces, that is what makes a city grow and what makes a city prosper. So for Muriel Bowser, she may differ with President Trump on a lot of political issues, but if he is doing things in this city that make it so that it is more appealing to people who want to travel here and see America's national capital, I mean, that it can only be good for her. So she has the president to thank for that. Guys, stay right there. We're going to have to take a very quick break. But guys, please show some love to our great sponsor, Patriot Mobile. Defend faith, family, and freedom. You can switch over to their service today and get 1 month free with the promo code USS Midway. We're going to take a break, have a few commercials, and we'll be right back.
Rav is on the ground aboard the USS Midway in San Diego for From Sea to Shining Sea. More coverage next on Real America's Voice.
America's Music is turning it up with Natasha Owen's brand new song, TDS.
'Cause you got that TDS. You've tested positive. There's nothing I can do for chronic low IQ. It's TDS.
Funny, fearless, and guaranteed to trigger the meltdown crowd. This is the anthem everybody's talking about. Scan the QR code right now or search TDS by Natasha Owens on iTunes and download it today. Let's run this song straight to #1, Rav family.
TDS. You've tested positive. There's nothing.
It's me, Ricky. You know me. You grew up with me. I'm 56 and a half years of age. I am using this right here, Fatty 15, to get me to feel and look the best I've ever felt at my age. The C15 nutrient in Fatty 15 has been known to strengthen our cells and slow the aging process at a cellular level. And it is a game changer for your overall vitality. I urge you to try Fatty 15. Give your cells what they need and give yourself a chance with more time.
The Summer of Soccer is available with Fubo. Stream your favorite players and teams, all the rivalries and upsets. Watch every match live on all your devices. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
The must-see theatrical event of the summer, and just in time for America's 250th birthday, is Young Washington, a brand new movie from our good friends at Angel Studios. This tremendous movie tells the story of George Washington before he was a general or our president. He faced crushing failures, near-death experiences, and pivotal moments that forged his courage and leadership. The film stars Andy Serkis, Kelsey Grammer, and Ben Kingsley, and drops into theaters right on the anniversary of our country's founding. What Angel is offering right now is a premium Angel Guild membership for $15 a month or $135 for an annual membership. And with that membership, you get 2 free tickets to see Young Washington in theaters. You'll have access to Angel's entire streaming library. So how are you celebrating America's 250th birthday? I'd recommend becoming an Angel Guild premium member, which you can do by scanning the QR code on your screen or going to angel.com/Raph. Happy birthday, America.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today. From the historic USS Midway Museum, this is From Sea to Shining Sea on Real America's Voice.
Welcome back, everybody. We are so honored that you are here connecting with us and enjoying this amazing event with us at the USS Midway in San Diego, a historic night, a historic location. And my great friend and colleague David Zier is there on the ground on the USS Midway for this Sea to Shining Sea event, the second installment of these incredible events that Moms for Liberty has been putting on. And David Zier is there on the ground with their co-founder, Tina Descovich, who has put in so much blood, sweat, and tears into all of this to make these events successful. David and Tina, welcome.
Yes, a spectacular evening once again, Amanda, and we're so honored to have with us tonight. And thank you for putting this together. The co-founder of Moms for Liberty in 2021, Tina Descovich, how are you?
Oh, fabulous. What a great night here in San Diego. The weather is perfect.
It's always perfect, I heard.
It really is. I think we've been watching it for the last couple of weeks, a 2% chance of rain. So we're very blessed.
I'm not used to those numbers being on the East Coast. But we didn't think that you were able to top Ellis Island, which was just a spectacular night. The weather was great. The music was great. The fireworks were epic. The Statue of Liberty, the Manhattan skyline. But this area is so historic here. We've got 2 active nuclear supercarriers behind us, keeping America safe. The Midway, large combat operations, Vietnam. It was the flagship in the first Gulf War. Just an amazing history here and all these iconic aircraft. Why did you choose this location?
For many of the reasons that you just said. We also chose D-Day. You know, this is the 82nd anniversary of the landing at Normandy. There's a lot of historical significance here. I hope the folks here tonight get to tour the ship. We know that David Barton's going to speak tonight. We're going to honor Sage Steele and her father and her grandfather tonight. 3 generations of warriors. They actually have a tie to the Midway, too. It's just going to be an incredible evening.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. And you have 300 chapters, 14 in California, 1 in the San Diego area,
You've done your homework.
Yeah. We've been following you for so long, and we were talking about when I first interviewed you with Tiffany in 2021 at CPAC in Orlando. Yeah. And you guys have made so many strides of progress, not just like the Parental Rights Act, but protecting Title IX, and now with these new agendas, protecting kids from age restriction on content, AI. Tell us about your agenda going forward and what the next year is going to look like.
Yeah, obviously we want to continue to grow. Parental rights are still under attack in America. I wish we didn't need to exist, but we absolutely do. We are in 300 counties, but there's 3,000 counties, so we're only in 10% of the country. We have a long way to go to make sure parental rights are protected, and we do that at all levels of government. We've won 565 school board seats, but there's 13,000 school districts, so there's a long way to go.
So is it getting worse out there, the opposition? Because I'm in New York, I'm on Long Island. I know you have active chapters in New York too, and we have furries want to use the teachers' lounge bathrooms now. They want litter boxes in the rooms. We've got issues, with school district with like Indian mascots, which are in honor of the Indian names, and Trump has weighed in. One of them, my mother designed the logo for 70 years ago. It was a celebration of the Indians over there in Massapequa, and is it getting more fervor? Are they doubling down, or are you making progress where they're kind of on their heels? It's a big fight, right?
I think it varies wildly across the country in different areas. The Massapequa School District, we actually worked with your school board member there and had to call in Secretary McMahon to come and lay down the hammer there. Do you remember all of that? Yeah, she reached out to us, the school board member, and said, can you help? This is terrible what they're doing to our mascot. And so there's pockets of that happening all over the country. California's really still in bad shape. The state of Washington is in bad shape. Florida, where I live, we're actually doing pretty great.
How about like in Temecula and other areas that had some victories, and then Newsom came down and reversed some of them? Are you guys making progress? Orange County, you had some victories, right? Tell us about SoCal.
Well, the Supreme Court has actually come in and helped us out, and so thank goodness for that. We have our first statewide endorsed candidate here tonight, Sonia Shaw. She just advanced for state superintendent in California, so we're going to celebrate her a little bit tonight too. We're making progress. It's just a lot of work. There's so much that has to be done.
Are you seeing, in a culture where we have two working parent household, are you seeing people able to commit and give the time? And are more people coming forward, not just to run for office, but to work with you guys to push back?
The honest answer there is in red states, not so much. They're starting to get really lazy. In blue states like California, we're thriving. Chapters are popping up all the time. Our numbers are growing. I mean, that's one of the reasons we're out here.
Well, because like in New York, we passed this thing, the Title I that passed last year. You can't even mention the word anything to do with transgender or anything like that. You can get sued civilly. So I think people are really worried in some of these deep blue states about what's going on. By the way, my mother designed the Indian seal for Massapequa Village, Chief Takapusha, about 75 years ago. School districts across the country are named after American Indians, right? Just like the baseball team, the Cleveland Indians celebrated a Penobscot Indian. It was in honor of him, right?
So I'm originally from Oneida County, New York, and the same thing. We grew up honoring the Indians, honoring the Oneida, honoring the Mohawks from the Mohawk Valley. People say you shouldn't dress up as Indians, but it was part of what we did to honor them as part of our heritage in the area. So it's just remarkable to watch how everything's upside down and inverted right now.
There's no doubt about it. And Amanda, we're so blessed to have with us Tina Deskovich here, and the crowd is here. We're on one of the elevators on the USS Midway. Hopefully it won't start moving, but people have gathered from all over the country here, so it's wonderful.
All right, David, please ask Tina. I mean, there are a lot of amazing locations in this country. USS Midway is pretty stinking top-notch. How did she settle on this location for this event?
Right. So Amanda wants to ask you again, being that this is an iconic and location, a lot of members of the military serve here. But what was the ultimate decision to come here? Was it an East Coast, West Coast thing, or?
Yeah, that had a lot to do with it. We wanted to celebrate America from coast to coast. And so, we chose Ellis Island for New York City. And this was the most iconic location on the West Coast that had historical significance, the items that you mentioned. And it just made sense to me. Look, it's beautiful. It's a fabulous location. And honestly, I don't know if they can see in the camera, but the statue of the World War II statue of the coming home.
Yeah, from Times Square.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That was such a connection when I saw that. And that's where this was located. And we were doing New York City a month ago. It just tied it all together.
Yeah, and San Diego had a Republican mayor for a really long time, and they're more patriotic. A lot of service. The Navy SEALs train right in Coronado Beach on the other side here. It's a very patriotic area, right?
It is. It's been an incredible few days here.
All right. There you go, Amanda.
All right. So, David, tell me about the atmosphere. I know that there are a lot of amazing speakers, some of which we actually got to see at the Ellis Island event. But is this about the same size crowd?
Yes, Amanda wants to talk to you about the size of the crowd. Who are the people that attended this one? Here on the West Coast, you have a lot of new faces and people reaching out to you to be here.
Yeah, we were open to the public, so people just purchased tickets. You guys were great about, helping us promote it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a lot of crossover from New York. I think these are mostly West Coast people, and that's what we wanted to do, bring hope to the West Coast. There's going to be so many celebrations in Washington, D.C., and obviously we did one in New York City, but I'm not sure how much celebrating California is doing to celebrate America's 250th birthday.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. And D.C., there's so much going on. I covered the Freedom Plane. We're carrying founding documents across the country, educating our kids. We covered the mobile museum tour, interactive museums, AI George Washington's interacting with students, touring 48 states. Do you really like what Trump is doing with this America 250 celebration?
Yeah, we are part of the Freedom 250 Coalition, and so these events are kind of tied into that, and they're helping promote them too. Marissa Street is here from PragerU. If you want to talk to her
absolutely. I interviewed her in North Carolina for the Mobile Museum kickoff back in January.
I see her right there. She's walking by right now.
Wonderful. A great lineup of speakers here, influential people. And again, Amanda, you're a historian. Glenn Beck and David Barton, two great historians. I'm sure they're going to have great stories tonight for our audience.
Oh, my goodness. I love it. And I'm so jealous. And David Zier, don't cut yourself short, because you are one of those encyclopedic memory type guys. And every time I am on air with you, or with you in person, of course, I soak up so much knowledge. And I'm so grateful for that. I'm grateful for Tina and the amazing work that she is doing with Moms for Liberty. And we appreciate all of you for being with us. We're going to take a very quick break. We also want to show some love to one of our great sponsors. It is TrumpTumbler.com. It is built for patriots, but it is priced for the people. The MAGA red Trump tumbler is here. So everybody head over to TrumpTumbler.com, and we're going to be right back on the other side.
Rav is on the ground aboard the USS Midway in San Diego for From Sea to Shining Sea. More coverage next on Real America's Voice.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 Steam Cleaning System, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 Steam Mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
From the historic USS Midway Museum, this is From Sea to Shining Sea on Real America's Voice.
Welcome back, everybody, to this historic Moms for Liberty event taking place, as you just heard, on the USS Midway off the coast of San Diego, California. Such an incredible night, incredible speakers coming up, incredible correspondent on the ground, David Zier, who is there with one of our most long-standing sponsors, I believe, Patriot Mobile. They've been with us for a very long time, and we absolutely love them. David, take it away.
Yes, Amanda, we are so honored to have with us the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships for Patriot Mobile here, Daniel Buck. We just saw you at Ellis Island a month or so ago. Great to see you again.
Great to be here. What an incredible night this is shaping up to be. And Patriot Mobile is so honored to support this incredible event, celebrating America's 250th with so many of our partners. I mean, Moms for Liberty is one of our partners, American Journey Experience, Mercury One. Just some of the sponsors here, obviously, are, why so many people, probably many watching at home, who have their cell phones with Patriot Mobile. How cool it is to get to know that your money that you pay every month is getting to sponsor an event like this.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And, you're defending faith and liberty at the same time. You're active with so many groups. And tell us about your involvement with Moms for Liberty.
Yeah, so we've been working with Moms for Liberty, I believe, for longer than I've been at Patriot Mobile, which is 4.5 years. And we love working with them because of what they do and what they represent. And I know as a mom, like I have 2 kids at home, how important it is for mothers to feel like they have a voice to stand up for their children. Obviously, in the school setting is where they do a lot of their work. But there's so many other groups that we work with outside of Moms for Liberty. So anyone at home, I mean, people are like, well, who do you work with? Well, that's actually the heart of my job, right? So anybody in the First Amendment, Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and the veteran, military, and first responder space is who we typically partner with. Now, there are some exceptions, right, of just like furthering the gospel and teaching children about, Christ in public schools like LifeWise Academy, which is incredible. But this is really cool that Moms for Liberty is doing this and celebrating America and the history of America. I saw David Barton is on the lineup tonight, and Wall Builders is something that's been close to our heart for a long time. We've known them. Actually, I've known personally them for many, many years before Patriot Mobile. And he's America's historian, right? He's just a wealth of knowledge. I was with Tim at their headquarters last week, and I walked through it, and I thought, if American kids had 10 minutes in that museum, what they could glean and would probably learn more than they probably learn in all their years in public schools, because it's just so true and so real, and you see the sacrifices that so many people made to get us to here today.
And it goes in line with Trump's Freedom 250. America 250 was as a joint congressional and presidential thing, but, the mobile museum tours, you walk in, they've got the Bill of Rights, they've got interactive displays with GW coming to life, and, documents flying around the country, people seeing the Articles of Confederation, the draft of the Declaration of Independence in person. I don't remember other presidents doing that.
No, I don't either.
It's a special time, I believe. But I wanted to talk to you really quick about the veterans.
Yeah.
So you work with a number of veterans groups. San Diego has a lot of veterans, a lot of active military here. This ship, the Midway, was the longest serving carrier in the history of the United States here.
Incredible.
Commissioned in 1947, decommissioned in 1992 after its Gulf War. It was the flagship in the Gulf War. But all of these aircraft, the generations of pilots and the catapult, the most dangerous job in the Navy, the catapult operators, right? This is like a culmination of multiple generations of our nation's veterans, right?
Yeah, and that's a story of us, right? I think each of us at home have many people that we know personally who are part of our military. My grandfather, Fred, flew in World War II a B-17,
wow.
And the stories that he used to tell me about that. And then my husband now, he was in the Air Force, and I hope, honestly, that my children, my boys, someday might join the military because of what it means. I think it's men and now women who stand up and say, send me the service and sacrifice that they do. And so at Patriot Mobile, we get to give back to veterans. And so I love that about my job because you can see the difference in their eyes. I'll never forget about probably 3 or 4 years ago, I was at the NRA convention, meeting people. I love meeting people. I love meeting our customers. And I started to have a conversation with a man. He was a veteran, and he had started getting tears in his eyes telling me a story about how this veteran organization changed his life. And that organization was Boot Campaign. We also work with another organization called Mighty Oaks Foundation. Yeah. Another one called Folds of Honor.
Bringing worship and religion into it. Right?
Oh, which is incredible, right? Because so many of them, they might heal their physical wounds or their PTSD, their anxiety, sleep apnea, whatever the issues that they have that come home from war with.
It's a multifaceted thing.
Which we absolutely should work with.
You need it all.
Yeah. And I've now, as a wife of a veteran, getting to walk through that firsthand with my husband. He's actually about to have his 5th back surgery from an injury that he had when he was in the service. And so I see how our VA takes care of veterans, and I also see where there are holes. And quite frankly, where the
getting these guys off of the SSRIs. There was a new 30-member delegation in Congress, bipartisan effort to try to wean them off of that type of thing.
Yeah.
Right?
No, it's incredible to see how so many organizations, nonprofits, have stepped up and said, hey, I see a need in the veteran community, let me fill it. And so, and then an organization like Patriot Mobile, that is a for-profit company, but that we get to give them wind in their sails. And we get to give them the money that they need to then go give those veterans the care that they need, whether it's for their PTSD, anxiety, the SSRIs, or the guys who don't have legs and get them to walk again. I got to interview one of the guys from Soldier Strong who didn't have legs, who got to have one of the soldier suits, and he looked at me literally crying, said, I get to walk my daughter down the aisle someday because of this.
Amazing stories, Amanda. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you guys both so much for that, and thank you to Patriot Mobile for being such a faithful sponsor of our network. We love the partnership. Everybody, we've got to take a break, but we're going to be back in just a few minutes.
Rav is on the ground aboard the USS Midway in San Diego for From Sea to Shining Sea. More coverage next on Real America's Voice.
Real America's Music is turning it up with Natasha Owen's brand new song, TDS.
'Cause you got that TDS. You've tested positive. There's nothing I can do for chronic low IQ. It's TDS.
Funny, fearless, and guaranteed to trigger the meltdown crowd. This is the anthem everybody's talking about. Scan the QR code right now or search TDS by Natasha Owens on iTunes and download it today. Let's run this song straight to #1, Rav family.
You got that TDS. You've tested positive.
Charlie Kirk died a martyr, not in vain.
Charlie Kirk was a voice that inspired a generation. And now his legacy lives on through music. The Voice of the Age by Mike Cavanaugh is a powerful tribute to courage, conviction, and standing for truth in America. Rav family, let's honor Charlie by making this song #1 in the nation.
Now we lost the voice of the age. Gunned down in a murderous rage. I don't want a civil war, no. Only God knows what it's for, though.
Scan the QR code now to download or search The Voice of the Age by Mike Cavanaugh on iTunes. Let's do it for Charlie.
From the historic USS Midway Museum, this is From Sea to Shining Sea on Real America's Voice.
Welcome back, everybody, to this incredible night. You see that there. They are preparing for the program. Some amazing guests who are lined up to speak. If you watched this event last month in New York City on Ellis Island, a similar program, but with a little bit of a West Coast vibe because they are down there in San Diego, California. It's going to be a great, great night, and we appreciate all of you for being here with us. And David Zier, one of my favorite folks here at this network, is there on the ground on the USS Midway, and he's got a few guests with him. David, tell us who you got.
Yes, we're at the cocktail hour here for the Moms for Liberty Sea to Shining Sea Gala on beautiful San Diego Harbor. Super carriers in the background, a super carrier of its own, the USS Midway, could hold 3.5 million gallons of gas on here. It was amazing. But we're so pleased to have with us ambassador and chapter chairs for Moms for Liberty. We have Bill Brewer from Wisconsin and Sarah Simon from Ohio. How are you?
Great.
Great to see you. You're going to open up tonight with the Pledge of Allegiance?
That's correct. We have a fun event planned right now. Yeah. So the Color Guard, I mean, we're rolling it out here.
Color Guard's wonderful. I go to the Pentagon for the military cordons when distinguished people arrive. It's really great. But you're both veterans. Tell us about your service.
Yeah, I'm a KC-135, former KC-135 pilot in the Air Force.
Wow.
Yeah, and I went to the Air Force Academy, graduated there in the 90s, so I was active duty for a few years after that.
Incredible aircraft. I got to get refueled by one of them on a Starlifter when I was a teenager. It was really wild.
There you go.
And tell us about your service, Sarah.
I did 6 years in Ohio Guard. I not to give away my age, but when I joined, you were still spit shine in your boots.
No, I'm older than you.
And I was deployed to Iraq with, believe it or not, it's actually the Hawaii National Guard, and I went over with them to Iraq.
Yeah, so. A lot of National Guard units served over there. And San Diego, a pretty patriotic area. We got the Andrews sisters singing in the background here at the Midway Museum, an incredible museum, right? Have you been through here?
Yeah, I walked through here earlier today. It's the first time I've been here. It's incredible. It's amazing.
The 8.5 Vigilante, a nuclear powered, you can carry nuclear payload on a deck, on a ship. You've got the F-14 Tomcat, the F-18, and multiple generations of aircraft. What do you think about when you see all this?
I think about history. I think about sacrifice. I think about all the training that it takes to do really anything in the military. I mean, it's more obvious, I think, with aviation but it takes a lot of training to really be excellent. And that's what really sets our armed forces apart from the rest of the world is a level of training.
Yeah, and we're going to go back to Amanda. I just wanted to ask you really quick about Moms for Liberty. What are the hot issues for you in Ohio?
Well, we're definitely focusing on the AI coming out and firming up policies. I think a lot of our concentration there. And, a lot of it's local level. You just show up to your board meetings and push back and make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And so the change really does come at the local level, just showing up.
It's the men and women of the Moms for Liberty here. Great people, veterans on the ground, Amanda.
Thank you to all three of you. And David, I want to ask you, because I see you, I'm fortunate enough to see you here in Washington whenever you are here. Like the other day, we crossed each other at the crosswalk right by the White House. But, for you, David, getting to travel and see folks, you were at the New York thing, you're here in Washington, you're here at the Pentagon a lot, David. I've been in the briefing room with you at the White House, but the Pentagon briefing room I've never been in. Tell me about what it's like in there under a president who exudes peace through strength.
Well, I think that Pete Hegseth is doing an incredible job. I think the troops like him. He's a Bronze Star recipient himself. What I do see in the Pentagon, not only in the briefing room, I've been to 13 war briefings so far, but I also see people acting in unison around the country with Trump's executive orders to get stuff at speed and scale, defense systems to our war fighters with private partnerships and partnership with academia. It's a little bit of a sea change. And Hegseth talks about the bureaucracy going on in the Pentagon and how we're fighting it. The Bradley took 10 plus years to get into the battlefield. But now I was at Fort Bragg at the JIOP, the Joint Innovation Outpost, where 82nd Airborne Rangers and the Dragon Lair competition were able to take a drone that was in a case. They would have to drop out of the plane with them to be able to work with private industry in just 3 months. And it was only $150, probably $1 million if it went through the Pentagon first, in partnership with a college. And they got this foam case where you have a drone inside and you land on the battlefield and you just throw the drone up in the air and you get battlefield superiority like right away. And I've been meeting with contractors all over the country. Camp Atterbury in Indiana a few weeks ago, last week in Tampa Bay at Special Operation Forces Week, met with about 70 defense contractors, and they all seem to be kind of in lockstep. And Trump and Hegseth have been operating on a wartime footing since the day they took office, and the NDAA codified in a bipartisan way with the House Armed Services Committee last year, I think was a big step towards that. So I'm honored to be in there, and I just think that, they're carrying out the mission the way it's supposed to be done.
Yeah. David, I am so glad that the Pentagon is not my beat, because you just said about a baker's dozen worth of terms that I have never even heard of. Jayop, I mean, your brain is just so full of this information. We are so blessed to have you, and so blessed to have those guests there with you. And thank you to all of you who are here joining us for this coverage tonight. Go and support Angel Studios. They are such an amazing organization. And if you become a member today, not only will you enjoy one of the best prices of the year, but if you become a premium member, you also get 2 free tickets to every Angel theatrical release, including the upcoming summer blockbuster Young Washington, which is premiering on July 3rd. That is the 4th of July Eve. So everybody go ahead there, join that, and we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back on the other side.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
From the historic USS Midway Museum, this is From Sea to Shining Sea on Real America's Voice.
Welcome back, everybody, to this special coverage. And to coincide with our special coverage, we have a special product release to announce to the Real America's Voice audience tonight. You may have heard us talk about the tumblers that have now hit viral status across the country. The tumbler line from TrumpTumbler.com. You've seen their tumblers in black. You've even seen Trump on a tank from them. But today is their official release for the MAGA Red Save America tumbler, brought to you by TrumpTumbler.com. Now, today is the official release for this brand new red MAGA Trump tumbler, and for only $10. It's for a limited time for this promotion. And the red Trump tumbler is a stylish and functional daily beverage tumbler forged with food-safe stainless steel that makes it very light and durable at the same time. It is 100% BPA-free, and it keeps your beverage of choice cold for up to 24 hours or hot for up to 8 hours. So don't miss your chance to claim your very own limited edition Trump MAGA Red Trump tumbler today for just $10. And don't wait for them to sell out. Head over to TrumpTumbler.com and secure your red Trump tumbler today. All right, everybody, if you are just now tuning in with us, this is the second installment of Moms for Liberty's From Sea to Shining Sea series. The first event was last month. I had the absolute honor of covering that one in New York City on Ellis Island, and it was just such a spectacular event, jam-packed with members of Congress, historians, Glenn Beck, so members of the media, and most importantly, moms across this country who are so integral to keeping freedom alive. So this time it is in San Diego, California on the USS Midway. We are dipping into that crowd now. And David Zier, I hear you are back with our superstar friend, Natasha Owens.
Yes, and gold and platinum award-winning artist, a music artist, Natasha Owens, has joined us again. And you're no stranger to hits, right? The Boss, the Somali Waltz. Trump won. Tell us about TDS.
TDS was so much fun to make. It was. You know, people are so down right now on AI, and the video is AI, but a human created this AI masterpiece, in my opinion. I mean,
it's uncanny. Everybody looks exactly. It's crazy.
Except me. I'm the AI Tosh on this video, and I don't look like myself. In fact, I look a little bit older. I'm not really happy about that. Yeah. But everybody else looks perfect. I just Googled, and I could not find footage of, like, Jimmy Kimmel in a libtard hospital. So we had to create it.
Well, AI can't capture your real beauty, so it's really good.
Oh, you sweet talker.
No, I'm telling you. So the video is a lot of fun. We all know the people. We sit next to them on the airplanes, Amanda. We sit next to them on the trains, especially in Manhattan. I was at the Israel Day Parade last week. Everyone was unhinged on the sidelines, yelling, blue hair, nose rings. Yeah, you know. But the Israeli Day Parade marchers were all, there was no litter, there was no cursing, there was no violence. So tell us about, like, TDS, because anti-Semitic attacks in New York City. So there's been an 11% increase in hate crimes this year in New York City, right? Madani doesn't march in the parade. First mayor, 62 years not to march. But attacks against Jews, 55% of those crimes are against Jews, and they're only 12% of the population. That's TDS, right?
That is TDS. And they feel that they have someone in power, like when Biden was in power, and they feel that they can do anything they want to do, and they can be completely unchecked. And that's the scary part.
Yeah.
Because everything increases.
Amanda, do you know anybody with TDS?
Well, David Zier, you know that my home base is Los Angeles, California, and I am also in Washington, D.C., so you can imagine that I am absolutely swamped with TDS folks. But, you know, I feel like, yes, I think that for some of them it has come to a fever pitch, but I also feel like for some of them, maybe they've got a little bit of fatigue. I would like to think that after hating on someone at this point, this is 11 years after he came down the golden escalator, maybe there are some reasonable folks out there who are just tired of being angry all the time, or maybe they're on SSRIs and they're constantly, you know, drinking white wine, and maybe that is just not the case and they are ready to rage ahead. But I hope that these people start to recognize the good things. David, you were mentioning earlier in the evening these 48 fountains. I went to Meridian Park last weekend and got to see the cascading fountain coming down. And this huge pool of water that's at the bottom, and then there's another pool of water across from that. And there were so many people around the fountain sitting there taking pictures, just enjoying time together, you know, playing with their dogs, letting their kids run around. And David, I know you've seen this city before this stuff happened, like Lafayette Park. Me as a woman walking around at night, that would never, ever happen. This place, the difference between what this place was 2 years ago under Joe Biden and what it is now, it is like a light switch.
You know, Amanda, you and I did the inauguration of Joe Biden, and it was dystopian. There was nobody there. There were 4,000 troops sleeping on the lawn. There were 200 people in the inauguration. And we looked at each other, and we couldn't believe what was happening. Every place was shuttered. My son went to GW about that time. You know, the businesses were closed and everything. And now there is this incredible energy of activity. You can't get a hotel room. It took me 9 restaurants to find a seat at a bar last week to go, you know, enjoy a crab cake. Everybody wants part of the old Trump hotels of Waldorf Astoria. People, now, I want to ask you, Natasha, do you think that when they see these results, right, crime down 50, 70% in D.C., the buzz is back, that Trump's responsible for this, do you think that they can turn the corner, or is TDS terminal?
I believe there's no cure in sight, right?
No.
As we said in the video, they can't give the man any credit, no positivity at all. They will not admit it. That's what makes TDS so funny and so ridiculous. I mean, the man could cure cancer. He could absolutely abolish the IRS, make our lives just wonderful, and they could not give him credit.
He's lowering GLPs, $50 for seniors, GLP-1s, right? And Eliquis is going to be free. I was in the White House, Amanda, when he brought in all the big pharma people who are giving all these commitments and most favored nation status, changing the game, right, Amanda?
Yeah, and that's something. I was actually in the Oval Office what was that, 3 weeks ago, when President Trump deemed himself the father of fertility, and he had Senator Katie Britt and a number of cabinet meetings in there talking about fertility treatments. And, you know, this is something that has always kind of, David, irritated me about not only our country's health system, but also the notion of being pro-life in this country. If we are truly a pro-life country, I feel like we should support women who are trying to get pregnant and trying to have healthy pregnancies and bring healthy children into this world. So I was so honored to be a part of that. But one of the things that they talked about, and you just brought this up, all of the drugs that are now on TrumpRx.gov. And I am amazed, David and Natasha, both of you, the amount of people who I have to tell about this. And look, it's not just fertility drugs. It's drugs that people need for diabetes and for high blood pressure and for, you know, high cholesterol. These are drugs that millions of Americans use. And the fact that, you know, it almost seems malevolent, because you look at mainstream media and, you know, there are sometimes things that they won't cover that are good for the administration. And it's like, okay, well, they're not getting the word out there. They're not being honest. That's one thing. But when they are doing something and they are blocking information about something that is beneficial to the American people, that saves money for the American people, that if it's the difference between paying $1,000 for a drug and $100 for a drug, can literally be life-saving for the American people. And liberal mainstream media gatekeeps that information. And it's disgusting that they care more about the bottom line, they care more about the party line than they do about taking care of their own viewers who are American citizens.
Yeah, and some of it's got to bleed through. And Natasha Owen is going to be singing the national anthem tonight, right? You got to head up to the stage, right?
I got to go right now, but I will be back with you after.
All right. So great to be with you. A couple of laughs here. Moms for Liberty, USS Midway, Sea to Shining Sea Gala, Amanda.
Absolutely. All right, David. All right. So we're going to take a very quick break, because we're going to be heading back to the stage for the beginning of the event in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the Garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
From the historic USS Midway Museum, this is From Sea to Shining Sea on Real America's Voice.
Welcome back, everybody. You are looking at the screen, the preparations for an event that is probably going to start, I would say, in about 2 or 3 minutes. So we're going to be taking you straight to that. That is the USS Midway in San Diego, California, where it is 3 hours earlier. That's why the sun is still out. But this is the Moms for Liberty event, From Sea to Shining Sea. Many of you were with us last month when we covered the one on Ellis Island off of New York Harbor. And we are covering this one again. And we are so grateful for Moms for Liberty. I am grateful for Moms for Liberty for what they do for moms across this country, parents across this country, and their children as well, because those children are going to grow up and they are going to be the leaders in this country, elected members of Congress and possibly president someday. And we want them to have those values of freedom and liberty instilled in them. And that's what that organization is all about. David Zier, you are there on the ground. And David Zier, you are a papa. You are a father and a grandfather. As you look at this youngest generation, how much does it mean to you to see organizations like Moms for Liberty doing what they do?
It's incredible. It's the last line of defense. The Title IX stuff, I can't believe that people aren't in support of keeping, women fought so hard, right? So I have daughters, 3 daughters. I have 4 granddaughters and a grandson. And they're going to have to deal with this, later in life for their kids, for my grandkids going through school, worrying about a man coming in like, Riley Gaines told us at the Moms for Liberty Summit in D.C. 2 years ago, how, she was in the locker room and all the college girls were in there the man came in and he took off his clothes in front of them and how they're scarred for life with no warning. And then, it's a tie and then she gets stripped of her title, Riley Gaines. This is the stuff that we don't want our families to face. And what Moms for Liberty has done is it's gotten hundreds of school board members nationwide. They've successfully endorsed and seated hundreds nationwide, leading to policy shifts, leading to legislation, book removals, obscene materials in our schools, curriculum changes here, getting obscene material out of their schools, one of their priorities here, and shifting the platform for school choice, universal school choice, trying to get Congress on board with this, which is probably a bigger battle. They've had a lot of success, though, in individual states, state-level advocacy, parental rights bills in states like Florida and Iowa, restricting classroom instruction on sexual orientation and gender identity. Right? As a parent and as a grandparent, I don't think the topic should ever come up for them in school until college when they're legal.
Yeah, I mean, it's always seemed so creepy and weird to me that anyone would be wanting to talk about sex with someone else's child. That, to me, is just strange. And that's one of the issues that Moms for Liberty fights for, is keeping all of this sexual orientation garbage out of school. But David, I mean, it should only ever be the parents who are talking to kids about this. And I am hearing that they are queuing up everything happening on stage. You guys are going to have an amazing time watching this. Check it out.
Of course, they sent a principal to get everybody to sit down, right? Welcome to California. I'm happy to see that there are lots of normal people in California, despite what you've been hearing on social media. Gosh, I I just have goosebumps from being here. It's so surreal to be here on the 82nd anniversary of D-Day, the invasion of Normandy. It's surreal because as a mother, I oftentimes think about what it was like for the moms and the wives who sent these boys out to war. And really, they were boys. And can you imagine what they felt like when they reached the shores of Normandy? How scary it was. The type of conviction they must have had. Morality, courage, sacrifice. These are such rare words these days. These are the type of words that we hope to instill in our boys and in our children. And so as we gather here tonight, I think some of the most important words that we should share are sacrifice, courage, and morality. And I don't think it's a huge coincidence that many of us are feeling that we are still in a battle. Maybe this is a spiritual battle of some sort. Do you get the sense that we're fighting this good versus evil? I do. I especially felt it. I just continue to have goosebumps as I even say these words, because as Tina Deskowitz, the incredible leader of Moms for Liberty, as we've been chatting all week in preparation for this event, the number of bizarre and surreal instances that tried to sabotage this event is unbelievable. And so it's almost supernatural. It's almost surreal. It's almost spiritual. And so Tina and Moms for Liberty team members and volunteers, I just want to commend you for your conviction, for your perseverance, for all the attacks that you continue to endure. Thank you for taking on that fight. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I think we can both agree that we're all stronger than sometimes we think we are when God tests us. I also want to thank my very dear friend, Glenn. I think that Glenn Beck is one of the most important voices in America today. And it's too early in the evening for me to start crying because I worked really hard on my very own makeup, and so I'd like to preserve it. But I think I can speak on behalf of almost everybody here. You mean the world to us. We need you in this fight. We appreciate you so much. And thank you for being the great educator that you are to all of us. Thank you. I am so grateful and honored to be partnered with American Journey Experience, JP Decker, and many of the team members, Suzanne. We are so happy to work with you. I don't know what other source of morality and truth I could find without you guys and the Wall Builder teams. And all of us are in this fight together. It is a war. It's a spiritual war. We're fighting it on so many frontiers. And how lucky I am to have you guys in my life. And so thank you. And all of us are incredibly grateful. Now, many of you might find it shocking, but there are still pretty good, amazing leaders in California who are patriots. Okay, and let me pull out the proof. Right here. I couldn't even memorize at my youthful age. I still have to read this entire thing. So, Adam Gordon, who I know personally, and his wife, U.S. Attorney, thank you for what you do. Thank you for helping us fight the fentanyl crisis here. Summer Stevens, San Diego District Attorney. Bill Wells, Mayor of El Cajon. Sonia Shah. Where is Sonia Shah? Sonia, congratulations. We are so hopeful for you. So Sonia just made a lot of progress. She might make it as superintendent in California, and so we are praying for her. Thank you, Sonia, for your leadership and your bravery and your morality and your sacrifice and everything that comes with fighting. Don't give up an inch. Okay, Tina Esco, Honorable Escondido City Councilwoman, I'm sorry, I do know the difference, believe me. Judy Fitzgerald, Escondido City Councilwoman, and Frank Lopez, the Honorable Vista City Councilman. Thank you for your leadership and for serving alongside us and for giving us hope. And speaking of giving hope, thank you for showing up tonight. I know that there are so many events happening all the time. For those of you who are donors, I'm sure you're constantly getting invited to different things because you're wonderful people and because we need your support in so many ways. But the fact that you made it here tonight makes a huge difference. And it makes a huge difference to me personally because my kids and my husband get to see you and they get to say, Mama being away is worth it. This country is worth it. And so all of you in this room are helping reinvigorate the passion that my family has for the work that we do. And I know that many of you are very grateful, and we are grateful to you. And so I can just say that you really make a difference by showing up tonight, and thank you. So thanks for being here. As I was preparing for my remarks tonight, I was praying a little bit about it, and as you can hear, the words sacrifice, morality, and courage have come to my mind. And so there are two stories that I want to share with you. The first story is a story of a 13-year-old American girl that visited the Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem, Yad Vashem. 13-year-old's pretty young. And as she walked through the dark hallways of the Holocaust Museum, she saw the torn Bibles and the little baby shoes and the little brushes and the luggage and the clothing and the pictures of the ovens and the emaciated people. And she couldn't utter a word because it was horrific. How could humans do something so evil? And as she made it to the end of the exhibit, she walked up to a docent standing right under a light. And she said to the docent, I don't understand. How could this happen? Why didn't anybody stop it sooner? Did people not know? Why didn't they fight back? And the docent responded to the young woman, the young girl, and said to her, young girl, people ask you this question all the time. And my answer is this. Most people rely on others to do the fighting for them. And many of them don't start fighting until it's too late. This young girl grew up to become me. You ask why I do what I do is because I'm nothing different than anybody else. But I know something, and I learned this at a very early age. You have to have courage. And you cannot rely on others to do the fighting for you. You've got to figure it out. You've got to fight. Because others won't fight for you. And if you only wake up to fight when it's too late, you're going to regret it. The other story I want to share with you is a story of morality. Because morality is the most important thing that we have to live with in life. And so as we stand here on the USS Midway, there is a story about a father who was fleeing from Saigon during the Vietnam War. And he knew from what he saw around that the Americans were the moral men. And so as he saw as he saw Saigon was falling, he brought his entire family onto a small Cessna airplane. And the airplane could barely carry him, but he decided to take the risk, and he put his entire family on this tiny little Cessna. And he flew towards this ship, the USS Midway, because this father knew that America is moral. This father knew that America was his family's best chance. And this man was right, because as he flew with his family on this plane, the captain of this ship started dumping equipment into the ocean. It wasn't just America first. It was morality first. He dumped a bunch of equipment into the ocean, and he let this family land. A few weeks prior, this family was his enemy. But America put morality first, because America is God's country. And that's why this is why we have the gifts that we have today, because we have sacrifice, morality, and courage. That's what we've always been about, and that's what we're going to continue to be about. Now, sadly, if you're paying any attention to what's happening in our schools and social media, our kids are not hearing that America is a moral country. Our kids are hearing that America is a force for evil around the world and has been evil since its inception. That comment alone is evil. The 1619 Project, the ethnic studies curriculum here in California, if you're familiar with, which, by the way, you should know was not funded, but is still taught because communists don't care about money, they care about power. And so you'll still find this curriculum in schools. You'll find this on social media. This concept that America never made it to the moon, or that America dropped an unethical bomb on Hiroshima. You will hear all of these evil teachings that America is a horrible place. This is not just bad because it's a lie. It is bad because it's raising a youth that is disaffected, disloyal, and is living, sadly, in one of the greatest lies that could ever be told. And so organizations like Moms for Liberty and America's Journey Experience and PragerU are fighting against this evil narrative that is leading our children astray. And this is one of the most important fights because, as I said again, this is a spiritual battle. And as I talk about a spiritual battle, I can't help but mention that many of you have noticed that over the past couple of years, we've lost some of our intellectual giants and some of our friends in this fight. We lost Charlie Kirk. Jordan Peterson is not doing well. Dennis Prager, our great Dennis Prager, fell down and he's off the board right now. He's still recovering. How could this not be a spiritual battle? So here's what I'm thinking. Yes, some of our great giants have been taken off the board. But you know what that means? For every person that is taken off the board, we need to raise 10,000 men. And this is where the moms show up. The moms show up by raising good boys and good girls. The moms show up by fighting at the schools. The moms show up by pushing against all the lies. The moms show up by teaching gratitude and love and encouraging kids to have children. That's where the moms show up. And so for every player that evil thinks they're going to take away from us, we will raise 10,000 men. That's what we're going to do. That's what Moms for Liberty is going to do. That's what PragerU is going to do. That's what Glenn is going to do. That's what every single person in this room, that's what we're going to do. We are not going to let an inch. Dennis sends his love. And he wanted me to share one last thing. There are all kinds of people in this world. There are the fighters. There are the people who support the fighters. And that's great. And the third type of person is the person who complains and does nothing. And I think we know a lot of those. But they're not the people who are here. The people who are on this ship tonight are going to be remembered as the people who fought for our great country. They are not going to sit idly by. And friends, I just want to say, I'm incredibly honored to serve alongside you. Thank you for being here tonight, and welcome to California.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation of the colors by the San Diego Veteran Honor Color Guard, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem, as we honor those who gave their lives on D-Day. Please welcome Sarah Simon. Sarah serves as the Moms for Liberty Stark County, Ohio, Chapter Chair, and is a proud Army National Guard veteran. And Bill Brewer. Bill Brewer is the Washington County, Wisconsin Chapter Chair and is a proud Air Force veteran who flew the KC-135 tanker.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now, please welcome multi-gold and platinum award-winning songwriter and singer who has had the honor of performing for President Donald J. Trump and world leaders, Natasha Owens.
82 years ago, young men stepped from landing craft into impossible circumstances. They crossed beaches under relentless fire, not for conquest, but for freedom. Today we gather not merely to remember a battle, but to honor courage, sacrifice, and the enduring price of liberty.
Our flag flew over ships crossing the English Channel. It was carried by soldiers, stitched onto their uniforms, and planted beside men who would never return home.
For those who landed at Omaha,
for those who jumped into darkness over Normandy,
for those who never came home,
for the liberty they preserved,
may this flag never simply fly above us. May it live within us.
At this time, we pause for 82 seconds in honor of the 82nd anniversary.
Freedom survives because ordinary people decide it is worth defending. We inherit today what others secured yesterday. From Normandy's beaches to every generation that has stood for freedom, the mission remains the same: to preserve liberty.
Please welcome Executive Director, American Journey Experience, J.P. Decker.
Thank you. Please sit. As we gather aboard the USS Midway on the anniversary of D-Day, we come first to remember. We remember a day that changed the course of history, the courage of those who answered the call and the sacrifices made in defense of freedom. In reflecting on their example, I'm reminded of scripture that speaks to their courage. Jesus said in John 15:13, "Greater love has no one than this, that one laid down his life for his friends." On June 6, 1944, thousands of young Americans crossed the English Channel into history. They faced impossible odds, fortified defenses, and certain danger. Many would never return home. Yet they went because freedom was worth fighting for. But not just for their generation, but for every generation that followed. Their actions demonstrated a courage rooted in convictions greater than self-interest. Their example invites us not only to honor the past, but also to consider our responsibilities in the present. As our nation approaches the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, D-Day reminds us that freedom is never self-sustaining. Every generation must choose whether it will preserve the blessings it has inherited. The men who landed at Normandy exemplified the courage displayed at Lexington and Concord, at Trenton, and at Yorktown. They understood that liberty is a gift from God, but it is secured by citizens willing to defend it. Today, as we honor the greatest generation, may we also ask ourselves what kind of Americans we will be for the next generation. May we prove worthy of the sacrifices that have preserved this republic for 250 years. Today, we remember their courage, honor their sacrifice, and give thanks for the blessings of liberty secured through their service. With grateful hearts and with humility before God, who has watched over this nation through times of trial and triumph, let us now turn to him in prayer. Will you please pray with me? Dear Heavenly Father, God, Abba Father, thank you for blessing us with this nation, the freedoms that we have. 82 years ago on this day, Americans and our allies crossed the sea to confront tyranny and defend the cause of liberty. As President Franklin Roosevelt led our nation in prayer on D-Day, he asked that you would give strength to those who fought, courage to those who sacrificed, and wisdom to those who led. Today, we were reminded of the men and women who have defended freedom across generations. Dear Lord, we thank you for their courage, their selflessness, and their willingness to lay down their lives for others. We thank you for the freedom secured by their sacrifice and for the generations who have benefited from their valor. Dear Lord, grant us hearts that cherish freedom. Let us never forget it. Wisdom to preserve it, and character worthy of those who came before us. As America approaches her 250th year, help us to be faithful stewards of the blessings entrusted to us. May we preserve liberty, defend truth, strengthen families, and pass to future generations a nation that remains one nation under God. Bless the families of those who serve this great nation. Bless the families of those who are serving in our military today. Bless the veterans among us. Bless the men and women of our armed forces who daily fight for our freedoms. And dear Lord, bless this nation. You have given us a reprieve, Lord. Please do not let us forget it. Help us to remain a people who seek your guidance, pursue justice, and stand for what is right. And may we always remember that freedom is not inherited automatically. It is preserved by faith, courage, sacrifice, and the providence of Almighty God. And as President Roosevelt concluded on that historic day, we pray that our trust would be in you and that your blessings would rest upon all who labor for the cause of freedom. Bless this nation, Lord, as it is not ours but yours. Holy Spirit, be with us tonight. Bless all the moms who are part of Moms for Liberty, Lord, who are willing to stand in the gap for our next generation and to speak truth in love. Lord, thank you for the American Journey experience and all those who have put together this amazing event. Thank you for the wait staff. Thank you for the Midway staff. Thank you for this food, Lord. And Lord, most of all, in your Son's holy name, the Savior of the world who paid the ultimate price on the cross and rose again from the grave, Lord, so that we may live free with you one day. In Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. It is now my honor to introduce the co-founder and CEO of Moms for Liberty, Tina Deskovich.
Well, somewhere in here. Oh, right at the front where I'm supposed to be. Welcome to the Midway. I am so thrilled to be here with you guys tonight. I am just honored that you have taken your evening to be with us. We are here tonight to celebrate something exceptional. 250 years of the greatest experiment ever on self-government the world has ever seen, and that is the United States of America. We are also here to celebrate the 5th anniversary of Moms for Liberty. I will clap to that one. It's been a great 5 years for us. If you look around this flight deck, it's not hard to see that liberty has never been free. That flag ceremony was very moving to me, and I pray it was moving to you. Today, 82 years ago, 160,000 Allied troops landed on Normandy. 73,000 of those troops were Americans. 2,501 of them were killed that day, 82 years ago, to preserve liberty so that you and I can live free today. The ship we're on, the veterans we're honoring, the heroes we're honoring tonight is a testimony of one thing, that freedom only survives when courageous people are willing to do what it takes to defend it. From 1776 to 2026, every single generation in America has answered the call to defend liberty. And so I ask you that are in the room tonight, I ask you that are watching on television tonight, what are you doing to defend liberty? Are we ready to hold up the torch and pass it to the next generation the way it was passed to us? Or are we going to let that flame die? I know something about the crowd here tonight. I think Marissa mentioned it too. You are not the crowd that's sitting on the sidelines. You're the crowd that loves America. You're here because you want to honor America, because you appreciate the blessings of liberty. You are grateful it was passed to you. And I know one thing about you, that you want to pass it to your children and grandchildren just as bad as I do. Before starting Moms for Liberty, I served on a school board for 4 years. And what I saw is that we are in an education crisis in America. Did you know that only 1/3 of 4th graders in America can read on grade level? 22% of 8th graders are proficient in civics. And are you ready for this one? 13% of 8th graders are proficient in American history. 13%. What does that say about the future of our country and our ability to self-govern if only 13% of our future even knows what's happening in the country? And I promise you, what they've been taught is not even truth. They've been taught to hate our country. How on earth are we going to survive? Maybe you don't know much about Moms for Liberty tonight. I know we have a lot of new people here in this area of Southern California, and we are grateful that you are here with us. But I promise you tonight, you are going to hear stories that are going to inspire you and encourage you about the future of America. We have thousands of mothers across the country, and you will just hear a few stories tonight, but you will feel hope.
But before we continue, I do have a message I want to share with you on the screen from a guest that could not be with us tonight. He really wanted to be here. He served in Iraq and Afghanistan. He was awarded a Bronze Star. He is currently serving as the United States Secretary of War. And Secretary Hegseth is a good friend to Moms for Liberty. He understands deeply that the battle to protect America, yes, is on the battlefield, but you know what else he understands if you've read his book, The Battle for the American Mind? That this battle is in our schools. That there's a battle for our children. And how wonderful it is to have a man that is serving as the Secretary of War that understands the whole scope of what's happening in America. And so I'm going to kick it over to a little video for him greeting us tonight.
Fellow patriots, I'm sorry I can't be with you in person aboard the USS Midway, a warship that has a great and storied history. We stand at a profound milestone in the history of human freedom. 250 years ago, a group of patriots forged a new nation based on a revolutionary truth, that all men are endowed by their Creator with unalienable rights, and that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. As we celebrate the 250th birthday of the United States, we do not merely look back at the parchment signed in Philadelphia. We recognize 2.5 centuries of resilience, sacrifice, and the relentless pursuit of a more perfect union. From the freezing encampments endured by the Continental Army to the complex multi-domain battlefields of the 21st century, the American experiment has been underwritten by the courage of those willing to defend her. And the War Department has been the steadfast shield of this great republic. Through global conflicts, periods of profound uncertainty, and the dawn of new technological eras, the men and women of our armed forces have stood the watch. And today, we honor that unbroken chain of service. We remember those who gave the last full measure of devotion so that this nation might endure. Our 250th anniversary is also a moment of reaffirmation. The oath we take is not to a king. It's to the enduring and God-given rights of life, liberty, and the freedom found in our Constitution. Our commitment to those foundational principles remains our center of gravity, a North Star. It's the strategic advantage that no adversary can replicate. As we look to the future, we do so with clear eyes and unwavering resolve. And under the leadership of President Trump, we are modernizing our forces, leveraging advanced capabilities, and fortifying our alliances to meet the challenges of tomorrow. We draw strength from the American people who support us and who we are sworn to protect every day. 250 years is a remarkable achievement, but it's not a finish line. The defense of freedom is an ongoing and continuous mission. As we step into the next chapter of our nation's story, let us carry forward the legacy of those who came before us with honor, with vigilance, and with unyielding dedication to our shared mission. May God bless the men and women who wear our uniform. And may Almighty God bless you in the work you're doing in our great republic.
Fun fact, I first met now Secretary Hegseth in the makeup chair at the Fox Patriot Awards in 2023. I will not say if he was getting makeup too. Maybe he was just getting his hair done, but I was getting makeup for the Patriot Awards. That night, Moms for Liberty received the Most Valuable Patriot Award from Fox News. And at the time, it was Rachel Duffy and Secretary Sean Duffy that presented us with the award. And they said, quote, "Parents like us have lost confidence in what our kids are learning, but one organization has become a beacon of hope for all of us. And that organization is Moms for Liberty." We were awarded the MVP award that night because whether you know it or not, we are in a cultural revolution. And schools are the primary battlegrounds. And in order for them to accomplish their goal of fundamentally transforming America, parents must lose their parental rights, and the state must insert itself between parent and child. We see this happening all across the country at all levels of government. That's what Moms for Liberty is fighting for, because we know once a parent is not making decisions for its children, for their children, and the government has inserted itself and making decisions on behalf of the parents, you've lost your families. And once you've lost your families, you've lost your community. And when enough communities are broken from this process, you've lost your entire country. At Moms for Liberty, we know what we're up against. We know who the enemy is. But we are just ordinary moms. I started Moms for Liberty with $500 and a box of T-shirts. I got together with a couple other moms that were school board members. And now we have ordinary moms accomplishing extraordinary things. From 2 chapters in Florida and just about a dozen moms, we have now grown to 300 chapters in 48 states with 130,000 moms across the country. Losing my school board election in 2020 has now transformed into our organization winning 565 school board seats across the country. In just 5 years, we have passed over 100 bills in 22 states that either protect parental rights or make schools more transparent, and we are just getting started in that area. All of this, mind you, while our government was attacking us. They targeted us. The media was lying and smearing us. The teachers union made us their #1 enemy. The Southern Poverty Law Center put us on their hate map. International cyber attack organizations came after our servers and our data. We had death threats, doxing, loss of jobs and income. We were swatted, stalked, tires were slashed, debanked, deplatformed, blocked. Everything that you can possibly imagine has happened to our moms for standing up for a stronger America. The people driving this cultural revolution are big mad because they underestimated the power and the love of mothers. Our good friend James Lindsay, I would say that one. Our good friend James Lindsay has told us from the beginning, mothers can stop a cultural revolution. And I'm here to tell you that the mothers at Moms for Liberty are stopping a cultural revolution. You will hear from them tonight. They are at your tables. Just about every one of you have a member of Moms for Liberty, a chapter chair at your tables. Listen to them. Ask them what they're doing to stop this cultural revolution. You will be inspired. You will be uplifted. And just like Secretary Duffy said the night he handed us the award, he was inspired and he had hope. These moms will bring you hope. They bring me hope every day in this job. Thank you all for being here tonight. Thank you for loving this country. Thank you for helping ensure that we are going to pass this torch to the next generation and for the next 250 years. May God bless you. May God bless all of our heroes. May God continue to bless the United States of America. And now, finally, please enjoy your dinner.
Welcome back, everybody. You are looking live at a very, very special event on the USS Midway in San Diego, California. This is a Moms for Liberty event called Sea to Shining Sea. This is the second installment of it, following the first one last month in New York Harbor on Ellis Island. Such an important event, and, you know, she has obviously grown so accustomed to talking about these issues, and it really hits at the heart of what I think a lot of Americans across this country feel right now, that, you know, children are ground zero for these issues. Children are ground zero for what communists want to do to ultimately overthrow this country. So parents, they are not only the tip of the spear, but they are the last line of defense. So I salute all of you parents out there who are raising kids these days and trying to raise them right and trying to raise them to love their country and to love our founding values. And I really hope that parents out there take the opportunity this summer. I know that, for me growing up, 4th of July was one of my favorite holidays. It was all about the red, white, and blue. It was all about celebrating this country. And I feel like in the last generation or two, we've kind of lost that. And I hope that parents take the opportunity this summer to rekindle that love of Independence Day and all that it stands for and all that it means to our country. David Zier, one of my favorite folks at this network, is there on the ground at the USS Midway. And David, one of the things I think that's so important about having this event, the two places where they have been, New York and Southern California, practically one tip of the country to the other, and at the same time, two very similar places when you look at the political demographics.
Yes, Amanda, and it's an incredible evening here. Natasha Owens just performed the national anthem. It was incredible. Tina Deskovich just came off a stage. They're enjoying dinner here at tonight's, a Sea to Shining Sea gala. And Pete Hegseth, Sec War, gave a great speech about our work is not done yet as we approach our 250th anniversary. But Moms for Liberty unifying, educating, and empowering parents and putting them into active service, asking them to like a call to action to get involved here. The sun is setting. This is the most temperate climate in the United States. Natasha, just an incredible night, right?
It's surreal for us to be here and hearing from our Secretary of War. The weather is fantastic. And seeing the flag draped out and the presentation of the colors just
Tell us about
brought
that.
me to tears.
So it's the 82nd anniversary of D-Day, the invasion of Normandy, and they went over each beach where our troops landed and they rang the bell.
They sure did. And there wasn't a dry eye in the house. A couple years ago, I went to the beaches of Normandy, and you just can't help but just bawl your eyes out. I mean, it's very surreal, and I have the same feeling tonight.
And Amanda, that goes back to our schools and what our kids learning in civics, like Charlie Kirk always used to talk about. But, are they getting the true history of the sacrifices, the 400,000 casualties in World War II? Are they getting the education they need? And maybe that's where Moms for Liberty and why they're so important, right? As a reminder.
Yeah, and I just want to tie Natasha into this because you look at the influences that our kids have today, and unfortunately in the pop world there aren't a lot of good role models that they have. But Natasha Owens, I know that you're such a shining light in the music industry, and I know that there are lots of little girls out there who look up to you. They listen to their music, they toe tap to your music, and they think to themselves, someday I would love to use my voice and to use my musicality in this way. Natasha, how big of an influence do you think culture these days is having on America's youth?
Oh, it's everything from the re-education of our kids to the culture influences of Hollywood and New York. When did it stop? When did the people that used to be in Hollywood used to be somewhat a good influence, right? We all looked up to them. We all wanted to be like them whenever we grew up. I don't remember when I was their age that we had this type of problem. Do you? I mean...
No, but I wanted to add, so speaking of this intergenerational change, Madonna was performing in this grotesque fashion in Times Square, hanging on the glass railing. And your ad for TDS was playing on the big screen underneath it. How many heads exploded in New York City the other day?
Oh, my God. I heard that there was a flash flood warning from all the snowflakes melting. It was unbelievable at that moment to advertise that song.
That was a scream. But they can't take it, right? You can't dish it back to them, right, Amanda?
Yeah, and the heartbreaking thing, I look at someone like Madonna, and look, as a musician myself, I have an extreme amount of respect for someone who has an ability. And Natasha, you know this, in the music industry, it's really hard to reinvent yourself and to constantly be coming up with new and fresh ideas and fresh themes for albums. You do it flawlessly, by the way, because TDS, as we talked about yesterday, a little bit of folk, a little bit of pop, you've got that banjo in there. So there is a little bit of respect that I have for Madonna and her ingenuity ingenuity and her tenacity, I suppose, in the music industry. At the same time, I look at her performing and I think to myself, my gosh, I know she's a mother and she might even be a grandmother at this point. What do her kids and possibly even grandkids think when they look at her performing in a leotard that really leaves very little to the imagination?
Well, if it was my kids, they would tell me to put some clothes on, Mom. You know, they don't think that I am young enough to even say the little cliche lines that the young people say these days. They correct me. Don't say that, Mom. You're way too old. So obviously she doesn't have someone like that in her life trying to ground her like my kids do.
Yeah, and that's pervasive in New York City, and maybe it's a culture lost, and maybe there needs to be some type of reset. You know, I have children and grandchildren in Manhattan, and my children are trying to raise their kids responsibly. But when you're in an environment like that, you're in Soho, you're in Greenwich Village, you're in the Upper West Side, there's so many things that have become acceptable in our society. And forget the schools. Forget that 36% of the kids in the New York City school system don't go to school. Forget that only 80% of them graduate and 20% don't graduate. But you know, how do you get that back? And, you know, how can you deliver that message through your songwriting and through your performances?
Well, one thing that we try to do is put truth in every song that we do. People are so hungry for truth because it's so hard to find these days. And we try to lead everything back to Christ because we need that morality back. We need godly principles back. We need God.
Yeah. Couldn't be truer words, Amanda.
Yeah. David, I want to ask you both what you're feeling about midterms, because this time last year I felt like Republicans, especially in the House, were just completely uninspired. They had no sense of urgency. It didn't feel like they really were operating as though if they lost the majority, President Trump's second term would be over, which frankly is the reality. We know what Democrats are going to do on day one if they get back the majority in the House and especially the Senate. But then we started seeing these redistricting races, and then I thought, okay, well, maybe we're going to have a few stones or a few bones thrown for Republicans that will benefit them, that will, put them in some districts that will be red instead of blue. But David, I still don't feel it from Republicans. I mean, especially when you consider the Save America Act still has not passed, something that is so unbelievably popular with everyone. Yeah. And yet John Thune is finding every way he possibly can to not get it passed. And I just have to think, who is paying for this? Who is paying for them to block this vote and to keep it from happening?
I'm concerned as well. And with the Louisiana versus Calais decision and other court decisions, especially in Virginia, it's going to help the fight for the GOP going into the midterms. But the Cook Political Report still maintains that the House is in favor to go blue. And, not from just a historical perspective, but based on, South Carolina couldn't get that one Democrat seat for James Clyburn switched over. 12 Republicans moved over to the Democratic side in the South Carolina State Senate. And I'm going to be on the ground in South Carolina for the gubernatorial primary on Monday and Tuesday. I'm going to try to figure out what's going on there. But, you have other states also that, we thought there was going to be redistricting. We thought there would be some gains. It is an uphill battle. And I got to say, inflation and food prices and gas prices is going to be a factor. Trump says he wants to do the right thing and he's not going to back down on Iran, until they give up their nuclear weapons program. But I also think, though, the third quarter in a row, the jobs report comes in and it's higher than expectations. I asked Kevin Hassett the other day at the White House about GDP growth, and he's saying it's going to grow at 4% for the next couple of quarters, probably. There's major job, and this OBBB, Amanda, and I have a point here. You can write off equipment. You spend $1 million on a machinery and manufacturing, you get $370,000 waived in penalties or taxes that you used to have to pay. It's encouraging major economic growth in our manufacturing industry. And I guess the key question here in closing is it going to be in time for the midterms? Will oil drop in time for the midterms? Home heating oil still $4.50 a gallon in the Northeast.
Yeah, and I want to make sure I end on a positive note. Folks, we are going to continue coverage of this event. I'm going to leave it in David Zier's very capable hands. But before I head out for the night, Natasha, I wanted to end on a positive note. What is next for you? I know that you are traveling the country. You are always busy doing shows and making new music. What's next?
Well, we are continuing this US 250 tour across America, so that's still happening. We're about to launch a song called America 250 in honor of this anniversary. And then I really want to circle back and help my state of Texas battle the Sharia law, the Muslim topic. And so stay tuned to what we're going to come up with for that.
Natasha, is James Tallarico popular there? Because he keeps putting out ads acting like he loves barbecue and he's a true Texan. Is he?
No, he tried to be moderate. The day after the primary ended the other day, he's in a Texas flag shirt with a rib in his mouth when he already declared that his entire campaign was vegan and meat-free. Right. So people know it. When Beto O'Rourke ran in 2 different elections against Abbott and Cruz, he was so popular. You saw signs everywhere. That is not the case with Tallarico. He is very radical, and Texas is not radical. There's no way this man is going to win.
Do you think people are falling for Tallarico's, bastardized scripture and taking the Bible and turning it inside out? Are they falling for that?
No, they are seeing it, that it is complete blasphemy. And the heart of Texas is still conservative, and it will stay that way.
Even the Democrats, even some Democrats.
Even the Democrats are scratching their heads saying, what in God's name are you saying?
All right, Amanda.
Yeah. Well, and look, Ken Paxton is a formidable candidate. He is putting forth an excellent, excellent campaign. Natasha Owens and our very own David Zier. Guys, thanks to both of you. And David, I'm going to let you take it through the next hour. But before I go, I just want to show a little bit more love for TrumpTumbler.com. It is built for patriots. It is priced for the people. The MAGA Red Trump Tumbler is here. So everybody go get your very own tumbler at TrumpTumbler.com. That's going to do it for me, but stay right here because they're going to be back with more coverage of the Moms for Liberty from Sea to Shining Sea event on the USS Midway on the other side.
Rav is on the ground aboard the USS Midway in San Diego for From Sea to Shining Sea. More coverage next on Real America's Voice.
It's me, Ricky. You know me. You grew up with me. I'm 56 and a half years of age. I am using this right here, Fatty 15, to get me to feel and look the best I've ever felt at my age. The C15 nutrient in Fatty 15 has been known to strengthen our cells and slow the aging process at a cellular level. And it is a game changer for your overall vitality. I urge you to try Fatty 15. Give your cells what they need and give yourself a chance with more time.
The must-see theatrical event of the summer, and just in time for America's 250th birthday, is Young Washington, a brand new movie from our good friends at Angel Studios. This tremendous movie tells the story of George Washington before he was a general or our president. He faced crushing failures, near-death experiences, and pivotal moments that forged his courage and leadership. The film stars Andy Serkis, Kelsey Grammer, and Ben Kingsley, and drops into theaters right on the anniversary of our country's founding. What Angel is offering right now is a premium Angel Guild membership for $15 a month or $135 for an annual membership. And with that membership, you get 2 free tickets to see Young Washington in theaters. You'll have access to Angel's entire streaming library. So how are you celebrating America's 250th birthday? I'd recommend becoming an Angel Guild premium member, which you can do by scanning the QR code on your screen or going to angel.com/RAF. Happy birthday, America.
1 in 4 kids grows up without a father. That's not just a bland statistic. It's a national crisis. I'm John Popola, host of Dad Saves America and CEO of Emergent Order Foundation. I like to say we're what it would look like if Warner Brothers and PBS had a baby that actually loved America. We're building a movement that defends the family and calls men to step up, not check out. Visit dsa-rav.com today to take a stand for fatherhood and the American family.
From the historic USS Midway Museum, this is From Sea to Shining Sea on Real America's Voice.
Welcome back, our RAV audience across America. We're on the deck of the USS Midway, an historic ship, a supercarrier of its time, the longest time in service in the United States of any aircraft carrier, over 4 decades. And what better setting to be here with Moms for Liberty and from their Sea to Shining Sea Gala, a follow-up to the Ellis Island America 250 fireworks celebration that we did about a month ago, where 40% of Americans can trace their roots back through Ellis Island. So it's apropos that we're here on the West Coast now, a very patriotic area, Coronado Beach across the way where the SEAL teams train. We've got 2 supercarriers on the other side of the harbor here. We've got the Carl Vinson and the Teddy Roosevelt, and we have all these iconic aircraft here, this incredible setting. But the people are what make tonight very special. Tina Descovich, co-founder of Moms for Liberty, the 5th anniversary. I want to thank our sponsors tonight, Angel Studios. If you become a member today, not only will you enjoy one of the best prices of the year for that, but if you become a premium member, you'll get 2 tickets for every Angel Studios theatrical release, including the upcoming summer blockbuster on July 3rd, Young Washington. And we're joined by the amazing Natasha Owens, award-winning gold and platinum record, a recording artist, songwriter, singer, an incredible national anthem you sang. Beautiful.
Thank you. It was historic to be here on tonight. It almost took my breath. It was very surreal.
Surreal setting. Beautiful sunset over there. And we have Amanda McKinney with us, running in the 4th Congressional District in the great state of Washington.
Yes.
You're in like central Washington.
I'm in the sunny, sane part of Washington State.
Sunny, sane?
It does exist.
Okay. So you have 2 congressmen that are Republican. You may be a 3rd now. You're running. You have President Trump's endorsement, right?
I do. Very proud. We actually, our congressional district is currently held a Republican seat and the one next door, but there's another seat that we're looking in Washington State, working hard to fight back and get 3. We want 3. But
Wonderful.
my seat is currently held by a Republican, and and he's retiring.
Yeah, a lot of retiring. I think 47 congressmen are retiring.
Sometimes it's time. Sometimes it's overdue.
You could say that again. It's Washington State, right? You have conservative areas, you have very liberal areas. I want to ask you about, and now I know Seattle isn't in your district probably, right? But is there any swing back? You know, you have, Boeing, the headquarters left for Illinois. You've got, Bezos and Amazon, companies like leaving Washington. Are they coming around? Starbucks is leaving. Whoever thought? Are they getting the message over there yet?
Well, and they just actually, the reason why they're leaving is we're having a capital exit because we just had our state legislature pass an unconstitutional income tax. Yeah. But we're fighting back, and I'm very proud to be part of an organization called Let's Go Washington. And that's what we're doing, is we're actually gathering signatures to get an initiative to repeal the unconstitutional law.
I wanted to ask you about Moms for Liberty. You're involved with Moms for Liberty, right? Are you involved in your school district as well?
Yeah, so there are a lot of moms who have come to me since I currently serve as Yakima County Commissioner, and I started serving during COVID. And I've had so many moms come and say, what can I do? And my number one answer is go run for school board, get involved with what's happening with your children. Our eyes were opened. We were exposed to all of the things. Now, my children actually have gone to a small private school, a Catholic school. But even then, we still have to be very vigilant. And you have to ask what's being taught to my children every day. Ask them questions.
Yeah, and like when Natasha's from, you've got Houston, you've got, more liberal areas, and you've got Washington, you've got conservative areas as well. What are some issues that you've seen in your school district? Do you have furries running around? Do you have men and women's sports type issues? Do you have curriculum that you don't agree with? And how strong are these school boards? I feel like, because I'm from New York, they have ultimate power, and it's really a sad situation.
In Washington, it's very much the same. In fact, they actually have passed legislation that if a superintendent of a school district disagrees and will not do what the state superintendent does, they can actually be removed. And so it really is, the school boards are battleground, but we actually have to fight it through initiatives to repeal laws. And I will say that even though Seattle has a lot of reputation for being liberal, there's millions of registered Republicans over on the west side of Washington State, and they are waking up.
Yeah, built their businesses on corporate America, too. All right, Amanda McKinney, I want to thank you so much for joining us. The best of luck.
Thank you, sir.
I know you've got a primary coming up.
Yes,
and maybe we'll see you on the floor of the House.
Thank you, sir.
All right, wonderful. Have a great night. So Natasha Owens, how do you feel about, those issues that they span multiple states?
I think everybody is dealing with the same thing. No matter where you're at, we're pushing back evil, right? And I don't think there's any really blue states. They're just a bunch of blue cities.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so, when you're talking about areas of Seattle, I understand there's a lot of fraud going on in Seattle, too, similar to what's going on in the rest of the country, Medicare, Medicaid fraud. We talked to Mehmet Oz the other day in the Brady briefing room, and he was talking about the scope and the scale of it, and look what Nick Shirley's done and everything. But I was told that a lot of the big landlords benefit in Seattle from the drug addiction turnover and apartments and getting rich with the housing.
Yeah, it makes sense. I've not heard that.
Oh.
But yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I think you're going to see more and more fraud since Minnesota came out. It's just the same thing and just in a different state.
Yeah, it's across the country. How are you, sir?
How are you,
I'm David Zier, Real America's Voice.
Good to see you again, David.
Yeah, how's everything going?
It's going great. We're just, I love the moms. I run a different organization, American Principles Project, but we always partner with the moms. We're more like the dads aspect of things, and we're always working together. But these moms just bring so much energy. I went to the Ellis Island event. It was so beautiful. I know Rav was there as well.
Spectacular.
But this is such a beautiful event that. What makes it special is the people here, though.
Yeah.
The people that Moms for Liberty, led by Tina, can bring together. Obviously, Natasha with the huge hit with TDS out. I love that music. My kids love the music video. It's just such a great night. It's beautiful. We're in San Diego. I'm with my daughter, my 14-year-old daughter.
What's your home state?
I'm in Virginia right now. I'm originally from Illinois, but Virginia's kind of becoming home now. And, we got major problems. I'm in Fairfax County, Virginia.
My God. How do you do it?
Oh, it's terrible. They indoctrinate your kids. kids and these radical LGBT ideologies. But when Tina was talking about how only a third of kids can read at grade level, do math at grade level, that's Fairfax County too. And that's supposed to be one of the top 10 school districts in the country. They're all failing. And by the way, I just got to say, my kids are still in school. But now they go to private school, but even the public school kids are still in school. They're in school longer than ever, away from their families, and they can't read.
No, they can't read. And I just interviewed Stacy Langdon down there in Fairfax High School, where you had a conviction of a 19-year-old illegal in the schools convicted of groping at least 3 girls, accused of groping 13 girls. So you can be as old as 22 years old in a Virginia high school as an illegal and still be allowed in school with your 14-year-old daughter. What do you think?
Well, we also saw in Loudoun County, Virginia,
you
had that transgender student that was sexually assaulting girls in the bathroom, and then the schools are covering up to protect their bathroom.
Sent him to another school, and he did it again.
And then when the father shows up at the school we're meeting to bring this to attention, they arrest him, the dad that's protecting his daughter. These guys are out of control, and they're not going to stop until we bring them to heel. And the moms are critical to that. And Tina's doing a great job. Kit Hart, all these moms, Jamie Hinkle, they're all doing such great work.
Where does American Principles Project mesh with Moms for Liberty? And where can our viewers get involved with your organization on socials and on the web?
Well, we look at ourselves as a national organization for the American family. We're kind of like the NRA for families. So we protect kids from the transgender ideology that's in school. We get boys out of girls' sports. We were the first PAC in the country to spend millions of dollars on campaign ads attacking Democrats for putting boys in girls' sports. So you can check us out at AmericanPrinciplesProject.org or follow me on social media at Schilling1776.
Yeah, and Natasha Owens, how do you feel about, the issues that he's talking about with, getting engaged and bringing back some of the principles for our kids?
Oh my God, I think it's more important now than ever before. We have to get involved. Moms and dads both have to get involved. We got to get involved.
It looks completely different out here. Take a moment and look around. It's beautiful. The lights on all the planes and helicopters, the beautiful lights overhead. I hope you guys enjoyed your dinner. I want to take a moment to thank all of our sponsors for this evening. We could not have this celebration without you. American Journey Experience partnered with us and our Ellis Island event last month, and we're so grateful for their dedication to the future of America and helping moms and Moms for Liberty. We're grateful to Glenn Beck and The Torch for all that they do for America. We're grateful for Real America's Voice here tonight live streaming the event. We have American Principles Project here as a sponsor, and Terry Schilling. Thank you, Terry. Heritage Foundation is here. Tea Party Patriot Action, Jenny Beth Martin. And the Joe Kakady family is here. Big shout out to you, Joe. Thank you. Joe serves on our board of directors. And the biggest sponsor of Moms for Liberty, honestly, this year, they have been great partners since the year we launched, but this year especially, they've stepped up to help us celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence and our organization just in a big way, and that is Patriot Mobile. I'm going to turn the time over to Danielle Bunk from Patriot Mobile.
Some wireless companies say that they stand for something. What exactly do they stand for, and why won't they say it out loud? Let me tell you what Patriot Mobile stands for. They stand for the lives of the unborn. They stand for the Second Amendment and the right to protect yourself and your family. They stand for our veterans and first responders who sacrifice so much for our freedom. Make the switch to Patriot Mobile today and support a company that doesn't just say they stand for something, but one that stands for the things that matter the most.
Wow. America is worth celebrating. And that's why Patriot Mobile was so honored to support all of the celebrations of America 250 this year. Patriot Mobile is kind of everywhere. I mean, I look around this room and I'm looking at American Journey Experience and Glenn Beck and Moms for Liberty and American Terry, and I mean, the list goes on. I think I could go to almost every table in here. And that's what we do. Like, we're in the fight with you guys. We're activists. Yes, we're a company. We're a for-profit company. But we all know that it takes time and treasure of what the Lord calls us to give. And many of us, we're here on the Midway, right? We're talking about service and sacrifice. For most of us, it's personal. For me, both my grandfathers, my grandfather, Fred, he flew the B-17 planes in World War II. My grandfather, Robert, he was a trained Army physician who ended up learning about cardiology in World War II. And then I married my husband, Sean, who served in the Air Force. And, you know, I'm sure everyone in this room has stories of their family members, their uncle, their aunt, because it's not just men. Now it's so many women who've done it, or the moms who sent the children off. I'm a mom. I have a 3- and 6-year-old little boy at home. And when I think about the things that I want to teach them, service, sacrifice, the values that made America great, that's what I care about. That's what you care about. And that's what Patriot Mobile cares about. So you're kind of like, well, why is a cell phone company up here talking? Well, because each of you have one, right? And we get to sponsor things like this because people pay their cell phone bills with Patriot Mobile and not with the other companies. So you may be like, well, I don't want to do with it. It's difficult. Well, actually, it's really easy. You can keep your phone. You can keep your phone number. We have all 3 of the major networks. And when you call, you actually get to talk to an American you can understand. So, yeah, I know, right? Novel idea. So I'm not here to tell you more about Patriot Mobile. You guys can look it up. But if it, strikes something in you, maybe next week, give us a call. Check it out. Because I know earlier, Marissa said this, and, God calls each of us to do something. He called me to kind of step into this fight. Gosh, it's been almost 12 years of standing for biblical values, using my gifts for his kingdom, right? And he's calling each of you to do something. Many of you are already in that fight, but I know that he's calling each of us to do something. And so if you think about it next week, call Patriot Mobile, because we would love that, because that's why we get to do the things that we do, because people like you pay their bills with us. So when I thought about service, sacrifice, being a mom, right, I'm just now entering the school-age years, so I don't quite have the experience of Tina and these amazing moms sitting around us. But how amazing it is if they said, Lord, what can I do? And they said, send me, right? That's what each of us have done in different ways. And in a second, I get to interview somebody who did that differently. But I think about each of us having a duty, right? The duty is ours. The honor is theirs, the veterans, the men and women who have fought for our country. And the glory is his. And that's what Patriot Mobile is all about. So I would love it if you guys would consider helping join Patriot Mobile. Now, when I talked about how I got into Patriot Mobile and kind of my story within politics, it was the Lord striking something within me about 12 years ago. And it was through an organization. And that same organization is the organization that Mrs. Barton was part of many years ago. And the Lord spoke to her to go to D.C. and be part of a group and do something with her time and energy. And then that then introduced David Barton to then say, I need to do something. I need to go do something in my hometown. That then ended up growing into this incredible, incredible place and organization, Wall Builders. Actually, I was at their headquarters just last week. And man, what a place. If you haven't been in Aledo, Texas, you should go. I know they have a lot of homeschool kids that go through there. But when I think about American history, America's historian, I just think about David Barton and what a gift that he is to all of us. And so now it is my honor to introduce America's historian, David Barton.
Thanks, guys. Here we are, USS Midway, just by way of background. December the 7th, 1941, Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. They also, at the same time, attacked the Philippines, and they attacked the island of Midway. As it turned out on Midway, there was a Marine, Lieutenant George Cannon, who organized the defenses, was able to keep the Japanese from taking Midway on that day. He gave his life that. He received the Medal of Honor posthumously. But 6 months later, Japanese said, we've got to have Midway. So they went back again in a full-scale attack with a great part of their massive Imperial Navy. We found out about it, had broken their code, and so we had a much smaller force of naval ships there to It was actually commissioned 8 days after World War II ended. It was hopefully going to be used in the war, but thankfully it was not. We dropped the atomic bomb. If we'd not dropped that, it's probably 15 to 18 more months of fighting. So it was not used in the war, but it was used for 47 years. It's the first American aircraft carrier that was too big to go through the Panama Canal. So it is massive. They had to decide what ocean they leave it in because it's hard to go around the Cape of Africa to get to another ocean. So this is a majestic ship, 47 years active service, went through Korea, went through Vietnam, Desert Storm, a lot of history on this ship. I want to take you back to the 250th for America. We celebrate our Declaration of Independence, our governing document on which the Constitution is based, and that's very unique because in 5,800 years of recorded history, thousands and thousands of nations and governments, historians, actually University of Illinois and the University of Chicago Law School said, what is the average length of a governing document in the history of the world? And they did the research, and the average length of a governing document is somewhere between 17 and 19 years. So we're sitting at 250. We've had stability so long, we just think it's natural and normal. It is not. France had a revolution. Our ally France had a revolution 20 years after we did, and they're now in their 15th constitution in that same period of time. Imagine being in any other nation than what we have. We're so used to stability, we just think it's natural. And the University of Houston said, you know, America's come up with a plan here that's so different from any other. Where'd they get their ideas? So they went back to 15,000 writings, and the Founding Fathers said, we think if we can see who they quoted, we'll know who was significant to them. They did that. It was a 10-year study. They found 3,154 direct quotes. They took every quote back to its original source. The number one source of the Founding Fathers' ideas was the Bible. 34% of all their quotes came out of the Bible. So it was those religious ideas that made the foundation, which is why George Washington, in his farewell address after 45 years of service, he said the indispensable supports of political prosperity are religion and morality. His very next sentence, he said, don't allow anyone to claim themselves as a patriot if they labor to subvert religion and morality from public affairs. So that was the foundation that they laid, was religion and morality. We've taken that out since the 60s. Most kids have never heard that in school, and a lot of us were kids. We didn't get it in school either. But in what I want to focus on for the next couple of minutes, it's really kind of World War II. I'm going to show you how that same spirit of faith and morality went into World War II. If I take you back to the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, shortly, we were not ready for war. We were trying to stay out of war. The war engulfed most of the rest of the world. We didn't want to be in it. When we got hit, we were drawn into it. It's interesting to hear what Franklin Roosevelt said in the State of the Union address shortly afterwards. He's informing Congress what has happened, and he says, here's what the war's all about. Listen to this 32-second clip from the president.
And so, in this point, the world is too small to provide adequate living room for both Hitler and God. In proof of that, the Nazis have now announced their plan for enforcing their new German pagan religion all over the world, the plan by which the Holy Bible and the Cross of Mercy would be displaced by Mein Kampf and the swastika and the naked sword.
Now, did you hear the contrast the president made? This is a conflict between the Bible and Mein Kampf, between the Cross of Mercy and the swastika and naked sword. The U.S. printing office came out with this poster. This is the poster that we used to raise money at the start of World War II. It says, this is the enemy. Anything that attacks the Bible is the enemy. That comes from a liberal, progressive Democrat back in World War II saying anything that goes after the Bible is going after America. So this is the way World War II starts. It's a State of the Union address. Americans flowed to the enlistment offices. They wanted to join. They wanted to fight for America. As they did, they were given this Bible. It's called a Heart Shield Bible. This is a Bible. On the inside, it has a message from President Roosevelt saying, make sure you read this Bible. This is really important. On the outside, it has a steel cover. That's why it's called a Heart Shield Bible. I've met two veterans. This Bible saved their life. When you drop in your left breast pocket, they got hit in the heart area with bullets that this Bible stops. So that's why it's called a Heart Shield Bible. But again, the emphasis is, guys, you're enlisting. You need to know what the Bible says. This is the basis of what we're fighting for. Now, as you move from there and you go on, and we go across all these battles, and we get over to North Africa. Patton lands in North Africa with the 7th Army, and then goes across. We get into Sicily. We come up Italy. We're starting to push Hitler back into Germany, and that's where they start planning D-Day. And so you've already heard this is the 82nd anniversary of D-Day. D-Day was a top-secret operation. There was a lot of subterfuge going on. We tried to convince the Germans we were going to land about 300 miles away. Operation Fortitude was a measure where we used Patton as a decoy to convince the Germans, keep your eyes on Patton, he's going to lead D-Day. And so we actually landed far away from where Patton was. He was the decoy. But on that secret operation, when it finally happened, in a fireside chat is how President Roosevelt announced to the nation about D-Day. I want you to hear this 52-second part of his announcement on what's happening with D-Day. This is how the American people first learned about the invasion of D-Day.
And so, in this poignant hour, I ask you to join with me in prayer. Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation, this day have set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Lead them straight and true. Give strength to their arms, stoutness to their hearts, steadfastness in their faith. They will need thy blessings. Their road will be long and hard.
The way America found out about D-Day was President Roosevelt led a 6.5-minute prayer that he prayed and led. That's how we found out about D-Day. This is the prayer that he turned into the Christmas card. This is the Christmas card of 1944. We have the originals, but this is so you can see it. This is a D-Day prayer. This is Christmas card from the White House in 1944. Now, Christmas in 1944 is a bad time because while we have pushed Hitler back toward Germany, the Germans know that if they don't stop the push, they're done. And so at that point, through a blitzkrieg tactic, the Germans took 1,800 tanks and 200,000 soldiers, pushed through Courtney Hodges, the First Army, and that became Battle of the Bulge. Courtney Hodges' First Army is now surrounded by Germans. They're in a situation where they're about to be wiped out. Eisenhower sends in the airborne to help hold it, and he tells Patton, you take the Army and go up there and help Hodges. You take over the battle. You're in charge of the Battle of the Bulge. And so as Patton does that, what Patton has been doing is he's been taking all this turf since D-Day, moving the Germans back into Germany. As he goes through each recaptured area, he stops at the local church there, and he goes inside, and his officer said it's his habit that he would go inside and he would walk up to the statue of Jesus. He would take his helmet off, he'd put it in his arms, and he would say, Jesus, last week we hit the Germans over here, and he would just give a briefing like he was talking to Eisenhower. And he would brief Jesus. He said, now, Jesus, next week I'm going to be over here. I really need your help. And he would just tell Jesus what was going on so he'd know exactly where to help. So as this is going on for about 6 weeks, we have 6 weeks of no clear weather. And we had superiority over the Germans because of our Air Force, our P-47s, our P-51s. We could take out their tanks. Our Sherman tanks didn't take out their tanks well at all. Our Air Force did. And Patton hadn't been able to get planes up for 6 weeks. And so we're losing way too many Americans. And so he calls in the chief of chaplains, James O'Neill, and he says, you got a prayer for weather? O'Neill said, I'll write one. This is the prayer for weather that James O'Neill wrote. It's signed by Patton on the back side. He had 250,000 soldiers in the Army. This is the prayer they began praying just before Battle of the Bulge, 250,000 soldiers. It's a prayer. It says, Almighty and most merciful Father, we humbly beseech thee of thy great goodness to restrain these immoderate rains which we, and he just goes through. It's a prayer for weather signed by Patton. The next day after he distributes this, he stopped at Luxembourg, and he went into the church at Luxembourg to brief Jesus again. And this time he got really mad at Jesus. He said, I can't decide whose side you're on. It looks like you're siding with Hitler because you keep giving us all this bad weather. He said, you just got to make up your mind whose side you're on. And he told Jesus, he said, if you'll give me 4 days of good weather, I'll send you more Germans than your bookkeepers in heaven can keep up with. And so that was his prayer. He was angry. This is the painting. His staff officers recorded all of his prayer because it was so unbelievable to them, and the conversation he had being mad at Jesus. And so this is what was painted as a result. So now we hit the Battle of the Bulge, and the next day after he prayed that, he didn't get 4 days of good weather. He got 6 days of good weather. We have the after-action reports of the 7th Army. The weather forecasters say miraculous, miracle, skies cleared, nothing. So we got our planes up, we pounded the Germans, so we won the Battle of the Bulge, we go on to push Hitler on in, and that's really how we get to the end of World War II a few months later. At the end of World War II, it's interesting to see this is a prayer proclamation from Truman, signed at the bottom of Truman. We acknowledge the end of World War II by having a time of prayer, calling the nation to prayer again. So top to bottom, all the way through, World War I has so many miracle stories that we never hear. We didn't get this since the 60s. We've secularized our own history. We don't even know who we are. But I'll just go back to what George Washington said. Of all the things that make our politics prosper, religion and morality are indispensable supports. That's been the foundation of America from the beginning. We have to preserve that today if we're going to keep going into the future. God bless you guys.
So when Marissa said that this evening and this event was under spiritual attack, she didn't go into all the details, but I'll share this one with you. One of our special guests tonight and speakers, as you know, if you've read any of the announcements, was Sage Steele and her father, Colonel Gary Steele. They were really excited to join us this evening. But an illness struck her father, and he is elderly, and so they were unable to travel, and Sage was pretty upset about it, but they were determined to be with us tonight one way or another, and thankfully we have technology and we're able to Zoom them in. If you guys can patch them in here live for me, please. Looks like we're starting off with Sage. I think you guys are familiar with her. I don't want to cut into any of her time. And so Sage is going to share her story. If you look in your programs, the Legacy of Liberty Award, you'll see what we were trying to do tonight, to thread this needle of how important it is to pass down liberty from generation to generation. And when I heard Sage's story and her father's and her grandfather's, it is so remarkable, and it ties in beautifully to this evening. So Sage, I'm going to turn it over to you, and then you just turn it over to your father for a few minutes, and then I'll hop back on. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Tina, so much. What you have allowed us to do. Yes, thank goodness for technology. Who knew Zoom was a verb, right? But I'm just beyond honored to be part of this tonight. And yeah, my dad and I are devastated that we can't be there. Trust me. Yes, it's been a difficult week health-wise for my dad. He was hospitalized a week ago with pneumonia, so unable to fly across the country. I can't tell you how sad we are that we can't be there in person, and I'm also just so grateful that my dad is on the mend. I'm incredibly grateful for, Tina, what you and your team are doing for Liberty for Moms. It is incredible for countless kids, fellow parents. It's a decision you've made to stand for truth, to hold our leadership accountable, to uplift and support others. It is everything, and it is essential to the fabric of our country, especially as all of us try to make sure that we leave this a better place for our kids and our grandkids. I'm going to go quickly here because you have a lot more important people than me to hear from, but I did want to explain why what you are doing and supporting, all of you in the audience, is special for me personally. Yeah, my dad, Gary Steele, 1970 graduate of the United States Military Academy at West Point. Go Army, beat Navy. He doesn't like it when I point this part out, but in 1966, he broke the color barrier by becoming the first black man to ever play varsity football at West Point. And as he says with such humility, somebody had to be first. It just happened to be me. He went on to have a Hall of Fame career at Army in both football and track and field, and then served 23 years in the Army, retiring as a full colonel in 1993. As a kid, people say, where are you from? I'm like, I have no idea. I loved being an Army brat. To this day, I love what it stands for, what it teaches us about, moving across the world, being really uncomfortable, meeting people from all different cultures, and frankly, learning to overcome some unique adversities. When I was a kid, my dad made me and my brothers memorize this part of the cadet prayer at West Point. And if I get this wrong, he's gonna not be happy. I think I have it though. Make us to choose the harder right instead of the easier wrong, and to never be content with a half truth when the whole can be one. The harder right instead of the easier wrong. As kids, we hated it because it meant we had to think about things a little more deeply, certain decisions, sometimes as simple as following rules at home or keeping your room clean. Weekly inspections on Saturday morning. What I didn't know was that choosing the harder right would present some real challenges in later years, some scary challenges, in particular during the summer and fall of 2021, when the world changed and common sense seemed to disappear. At the time, I was still working at ESPN, which was my dream job since I was 11. When I announced to my parents that I wanted to be a sportscaster, my dad was there and was like, really? As many of you know, ESPN is owned by Disney, and Disney mandated at that time that all of its employees be fully vaccinated by September 30th, 2021, or we'd get fired. From the get-go, it just didn't feel right to me to force someone to do something, anything to their bodies. So I questioned it and I fought it, and I was advised to consider getting a medical or a religious exemption, but I didn't want to do that because that wasn't the truth, right? I simply didn't want to put an experimental shot in my body, at least not until we'd done more research and had time to study it. But I quickly realized that I had a decision to make, and it was a tough one that millions of other Americans had to make. I'm sure many of you on the ship today had to make this choice too, between your job and what you believe morally, with your morals, your values, and frankly, comfort with this mandate. Personally, I've just gone through a tough time, a divorce, and was balancing 3 teenagers with 100% of the financial responsibility on my shoulders, all the kids getting ready to go to college at the same time. So I took the shot. I regret it to this day. I have trouble talking about it. At the time, I did what I felt I had to do to support my family. I didn't want to lie and get a fake card, but I feel like I caved, despite maybe being a good reason for caving to keep my job. But I honestly believe that I didn't choose the harder right in that moment. I didn't. And someday I'll fully forgive myself for that. I didn't follow what my dad taught us. The same day I got the shot, I was on a podcast, and the host asked me my feelings about the mandate, et cetera. And I hesitated because I knew my mic was on. And I said, I think it's sick and wrong for any company to force their employees to do something to their bodies that they don't want to. But I need my job and I love my job. So I did it. That was the quote. As soon as the podcast dropped, my phone rang, and the rest is kind of history, in trouble because it upset people at Disney. The short story is that because I criticized my company's vaccine mandate, I was suspended and taken off the air and had big assignments taken away from me. Had to publicly apologize, even though I complied with that policy. Protested, accepted the punishment, went back to work, ashamed of having disappointed so many people. Didn't stick to what I had been trained the harder right. But as I swore myself to silence, I noticed my peers were speaking up more and more, from talking about the alleged Don't Say Gay bill in Florida during women's college basketball coverage to another one of my co-hosts, her disgust that Roe versus Wade had been overturned, talking about that during live NBA coverage. I couldn't help but notice the double standard. My liberal co-workers were allowed to give their personal political opinions on ESPN airwaves, but I wasn't allowed to express my opinion about a vaccine mandate on an off day while complying. I could no longer accept the double standard and the hypocrisy, so I reluctantly decided to file a lawsuit against the Walt Disney Company. The night before the lawsuit dropped, I spoke to all 3 of my kids. One was in college, and the younger 2 were still in high school, and I'll never forget what my son said. As I apologized to him for what was to come the next day, the headlines were going to be ugly, and I knew it would affect him probably negatively. And I apologized. And my son, who was 17, looked at me and he said, "Mom, it's about time you stood up for yourself." And at that moment, I knew that no matter what happened with the lawsuit, even if Disney crushed me, which that was likely, right? David versus Goliath. But in actuality, I had already won, because my kids, as a mother, Moms for Liberty, my kids saw that I was standing up for myself, because all these years I stayed quiet, mainly to protect them is what I thought. But no, I was teaching them the wrong thing. I was not choosing the harder right. 16 months later, after going on air every day during a pending lawsuit with that company, we settled out of court. And that was 2.5 years ago. And frankly, my life has taken so many incredible, unpredictable turns. I never imagined I'd have my own show on my own network. I never imagined I'd get to spend so much extra time with my kids and my parents, even with my kids when I annoy them, which is daily. I never imagined I'd get to meet so many people, like many of you right there tonight, like the team from Moms for Liberty, Tina, so many parents who just want their daughters to be protected and safe playing sports, basic things I thought. But I would never have been able to speak up for them, to use my platform to try to do something or to be with you tonight, if not for that moment, the cancellation. There are so many blessings in speaking up and speaking our truths and in choosing the harder right. I'll wrap with this. During my almost 30 years as a sportscaster, I got to interview some amazing people. Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, Mia Hamm, Derek Jeter, Wayne Gretzky, like so many people. Even a sitting U.S. president, Joe Biden in 2021, diversity of thought. Whenever I'm asked about my interviews, my favorite interviews during those years, I tell them it wasn't any of those cool, famous people. It was Veterans Day 2016 when I hosted SportsCenter at Arlington National Cemetery. And I got to interview my dad, the man who helped me achieve that crazy dream of being a sportscaster on the hallowed grounds of Arlington National Cemetery, where my grandfather, a Buffalo soldier in World War II, was buried just 200 yards behind where we were standing. That was my all-time favorite interview, as both my dad and my late grandfather, they chose the harder right during times when it was beyond difficult. That's the only reason why I was able to do that day or be here tonight. Mentioned earlier, Tina mentioned his struggle with his second bout of pneumonia in this many months, and many of you know his 15-year battle with 2 types of cancer. Wasn't satisfied with just one. He had to get a second one. By the grace of God, he is much better than he was just a couple days ago, and I am so honored that I get to introduce my hero, the man who taught me all about choosing the harder right instead of the easier wrong, retired Army Colonel Gary Steele. Hello, Dad. You look great. You cleaned up very well.
Hi, Sage. How are you? Wow, that was pretty good. I have some prepared notes, and I know I've got to go quickly, so let me jump into it. First of all, I love you, honey. I do. Good evening to all of you out there on the Midway in San Diego, in the harbor of San Diego. Thanks to Moms for Liberty for all that you have done, that you're doing, and that I know you're going to do in the future. I would be remiss if I did not mention that my brother-in-law, Michael Thomas O'Neill, served on this very vessel, 78 to 81. He was I'm an Army guy, but so I'll just say this. He was an AME second class, okay, whatever that is, in flight ops. He was a white shirt troubleshooter. The Navy did very well by him, and he's become a wonderful young man because he's younger than me. Our theme is Sea to Shining Sea. And I have kind of said there's this is also about links. I heard, I believe it was Tina earlier, talk about legacy. So let me just share a little bit with you, if I may. My dad, Frank Steele, was a Buffalo soldier, as Sage said. Enlisted in the Army in 1940-41, and believe it or not, he enlisted at West Point, New York. Who knew? Who knew? Dad he served in the 10th Cav, all black units, commanded by white officers. A very different Army at a very different time in our nation. He fought with initially the cavalry, and then as combat engineer, went into North Africa, then Italy, then over the Alps, and into France and Germany, and he ended up in Belgium, right near NATO headquarters, actually in Bruges, which was about 10 miles from where I served when I was at SHAPE headquarters back in the day. With the challenges that he faced, imagine the feelings that he had a mere 25 years later when he had not one, but 2 sons who were cadets at the military academy at West Point. So many things had happened in the intervening 25 years. Korean War, the beginning of the Civil Rights Movement, so many things. And here, boom, 2 sons at West Point, in an area where he could not walk comfortably when he was a soldier at West Point. He had challenges. He faced them. Along the way, I know that there were some harder right situations because he shared some of those with us. He served until his retirement in June of 1965, the day before my brother Mike and I entered West Point. So we had over 50 years of continual service in the Steele family, and we're very, very proud of that. Nothing that Mike, myself, or my sister ever did would have happened unless there was somebody like Moms for Liberty. And those 2 people were Frank and Mildred Steele, our parents, who helped us get where we needed to get. My brother Mike and I graduated in 69 and 70, respectively. Mike chose the civilian world in the mid-70s, and I served until 1993. Again, over 50 years of service. Legacy, love, and I have to say duty, honor, and thinking of our country. Those are the things that are going to keep us all together as a nation, that are going to move us forward where we need to be. I'm not perfect. No one is perfect. I've tried to live by what I taught Sage and her 2 brothers, the harder right versus the easier wrong. Sometimes you trip and fall. Sometimes you scrape your knee. But you just have to stay after it. You have to keep after it. I think my time is up. They're going to give me the hook. I wish that I could be there to meet some of you. What a wonderful opportunity. I did not know about the organization until Sage brought this opportunity to me. So I look forward to meeting the leaders. We're in Jacksonville, Florida. Y'all are just down the road. So I look forward to having the opportunity to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colonel Steele and Sage, for joining us virtually. We are so sad that you could not be here with us, but I appreciate you sharing your story of legacy and passing it down and doing the harder right. You'll notice in your program, even on the back of the program, we quoted that same cadet prayer because it really is the theme of the evening. And if the 2 of them were here tonight, we would present them with a beautiful custom award that we had made for them. It's a copper tree with 3 branches grafted together to represent their 3 generations of standing for liberty, the Legacy of Liberty Award. And since, Colonel Steele, you are just 2 hours from my home, I will be driving up to your home as soon as you are recovered to deliver that award to you. Any closing remarks, Sage?
Oh. I'm grateful for all the people there to support you in person. What you have done, Tina, in 5 years is insane. It is incredible. And you inspire me. So thank you for leading the way. And I promise you, no more fear of speaking up. Let's go. I'll take everybody else with me who wants to come. But thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you both. Okay, now I need to remind you all that we have a silent auction going on. It's all online because we didn't want to schlep everything out to San Diego for the silent auction. Please check your phones. You should be getting a text to show you all the items on there. All of the proceeds benefit the great work that's being done within the organization. So please buy yourself a purse or whatever else is in there that you want to see. Now I have the honor of introducing my great friend and doing another great performance. She has not missed a Moms for Liberty event in 5 years. And so please join the stage, international award-winning singer Mary Melvin.
it for the great Tina, your founder of Moms for Liberty. Come on, let's hear it for Tina. That's my sister from another mother. And I haven't missed 1 year. I tell you, I remember I was there very beginning when you all were coming out of somebody's living room in Florida. And look to see now, over 300 chapters in Moms for Liberty. How many women are now? 300,000 registrants or something like that. A really big number. Anyhow, I'm so proud of you. All of the moms. If you're a mom, Moms for Liberty, stand up real quick. Stand up. All the Moms for Liberty, stand up, stand up, stand up. Come on. Let's hear it for all these amazing moms that are changing America and the world. And the dads, too. I'm so proud. And so many of these moms, I tell you, from day one, I've seen so many of these moms start, and now they're in elected office, and they're changing their cities and their states and the world. And I'm just so proud of all of you. And it's been such a blessing, Tina, to be on this journey with you. What an amazing night, huh? I mean, you couldn't have planned anything better. On the USS Midway, celebrating and honoring those who have served our country on D-Day. Celebrating Moms for Liberty, 5 years in action. I'm just so honored to be here tonight. And for me, too, I told Tina, this is 20 years for me of singing America's national anthem and patriotic music for 5 consecutive presidents and all over the world. I'm going to retire at the end of this year. Woo! And Natasha's going to, where's Natasha? Didn't she do a wonderful job with the national anthem? Come on, let's hear it from my sister. You were beautiful tonight, sweetheart. Natasha, I'm handing you all my shoes and jewelry and dresses. You're going to take over, girl. I'm proud of you. You're so beautiful. What a great spirit. I just want to say really quickly, Tina, thank you again so much for inviting me to be a part of this extraordinary night. I really believe in so much of what my dear sister Sage and her wonderful father, Colonel Steele, said tonight, and the mission of this organization. You all really are changing America. I certainly want to honor Tina with Moms for Liberty, Marissa with PragerU, my sister. Didn't Marissa do a great job? Is doing a great job. Your words were so beautiful this morning. And the one and only voice with American Journey experience, but the voice we've heard for years and years and years in this great country. I don't know what America would be without the great voice of Glenn Beck. Let's hear it for Glenn. Yes, my dear friend. And if we're going to honor Tina and Marissa and Glenn, you better honor their spouses because they couldn't be what they are. So let's hear it for Derek, who supports Tina, and Noah, who supports Marissa, and the great Tanya, who supports the great Glenn Beck. Come on, let's hear it for the spouses in the room. Yes. You know, I'm a preacher's kid, so when you get up and honor the pastor and the head of the church, you better honor that first lady or the first man when you're honoring those folks. But I'm so glad to be here tonight. We are celebrating an incredible anniversary in our country, 250 years of American exceptionalism, as I would say, and the great work that this country has done. Who we are to the world. We are the beacon of hope and freedom to the world. Yes, we are. And I'm just so honored that it's a very surreal moment. I have performed on the Midway many times, but I must say, Tina, this may be my favorite moment, especially thinking about what we're also honoring in the context of D-Day, those 2,501 Americans and the thousands of lives that they gave it all up for our freedom. It's quite sacred to be here tonight in honor of them and certainly celebrate our country. So Tina's great idea. I thought, well, why don't we have a little fun on the Midway and honor all of those branches of the military in singing of the Armed Forces melody. So I know there are a lot of people who came tonight saying, I really would love to be like Mary or Natasha and get up there and sing. And this is your moment where you can sing with me. Yes. And if you're tone deaf, nobody's going to know because it's going to be a loud track and nobody's going to hear all that. But anyhow, the words are going to be on the screen. We're going to celebrate all of the branches of our military. We're going to start with the Army and go to the Navy and the Coast Guard and Air Force and end it off with the Marines because, you know, it's the Marines, right? And I hope that you all will have a little fun with me. I know we have some representatives. If you serve in any of those branches, I'm going to call you out. And please stand. Don't be afraid. Stand so we can honor you when we sing. And you know those songs, so sing them with me. I know our Coast Guard or the Color Guard is still here as well. Are they in the back there? Let's hear it for the beautiful Color Guard that was earlier. Those folks who are absolutely serving. You all can help me when we call out those branches. You stand up proudly back there, or you can step out in this aisle so we can see you, and we'll have a little fun this evening. So, Karen, dear, why don't we start the track, honey? put those words on the screen. We're going to start with the United States Army. If you served in the Army, please stand. There we go. There we go. Got some Army folks in the room. You can clap at every song. This is a chance for you to enjoy yourself. Here we go. The United States Army, first to fight for the right and to build the nation's might. And the Army goes rolling along. Proud of all we have done, fighting till the battle's won. And the Army goes rolling along. Then it's hi, hi, hey, the Army's on its way. Count off the cadence, let it strong. For wherever we go, you will always know that the Army goes rolling along. The United States Navy, stand with me. Anchors away, my boys. Anchors away. You can clap. Farewell to college joys, we sail at break of day, 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 day. You are last night on shore, drink to the fall. There you go. Until we meet once more, here's wishing you a happy voyage home. Let's hear it for the United States Coast Guard. In the Coast Guard, everybody, please stand for the Coast Guard. We're always ready for the call. We place our trust in thee. There we go. Through surf and storm and howling gale, high shall our purpose be. Semper Paratus is our guide, our faith and glory too. To fight and save or fight and die. Coast Guard, we are here for you. Okay, any of those in the Air Force? The United States, there we go. The United States Air Force, let's hear them. There we go, right back there. So you all can sing this with me. Here we go. Off we go into the wild blue yonder, climbing high into the sun. You want to come up here? Come on. Here they come. Come on. Zooming to meet our thunder. And a boy, give her the gun. Come on, everybody. Down we dive. From under. Off with one heck of a roar. We live in pain. Go down in flame. Hey, nothing can stop the U.S. Air Force. Let's hear it for the Air Force. Yes, sir. All right, all of those United States Marines. And why doesn't everybody stand up? We're going to end with the Marines. Come on, everybody stand up. Here we go. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we fight our country's battles in the air, on land and sea. First to fight for right and freedom, and to keep our honor clean. We are proud to claim the title of United States Marine. From sea to sea, America, America, America. Oh, let's hear it for the United States Army, the Navy, the Coast Guard, the Air Force, and the Marines. Let's hear it for all those who served our country. Come on. Oh, we honor you tonight. One more time for all those who served our country. Come on, one more time. Nice singing, brother, by the way. Awesome. You may have your seats, and I'll see you back for the fireworks.
Please welcome International Auctioneer Champion, Trey Morris.
Oh, yeah. Well, can I at least get one clap out there? Yeah. Talk about a hard act to follow. Friends, I know the mind can only endure what the butt can handle, and you've been setting for a long time, and I've got some time to make up, and we have a humongous finale that's coming up at about 10 o'clock tonight. So I got.
We were just listening to Mary Milben, a talented actress and singer, performing for the audience here. Moms for Liberty aboard the USS Midway, San Diego Harbor, an amazing setting, a patriotic setting in anticipation of America's 250th 250th anniversary, but also the 82nd anniversary of the D-Day invasion, June 6, 1944, and also it's the 5th anniversary of the Moms for Liberty here, which is really important. Nationwide organization, 300 chapters, 14 in California alone, 1 in the San Diego area, but the issues are the same throughout the country. And I wanted to give a special shout out to today's sponsors. Patriot Mobile, defending faith and family. Switch today and get 1 month free. Use the promo USS Midway and check out the QR code on the bottom of your screen. And who better to discuss that? The VP for Strategic Partnerships, Daniel Buck. You were great up there. Tell us about tonight.
Well, it is truly an honor to get to celebrate America's 250th birthday by Patriot Mobile sponsoring such an iconic, incredible event. I mean, I did get to speak briefly earlier, and I talked a lot about sacrifice and service. And, you know, personally, many of us at home, and we each have family members. Both my grandfathers served. One was a pilot, B-17s in World War II. And I remember him telling me the stories of why he went. I mean, he was, I think, 18 when he joined. And, I mean, a young man. But he said, I'm going to go. America's worth fighting for.
Yeah.
We need to serve.
And the losses that we took with the B-17 pilots. My great uncle was a B-24 Consolidated Liberator pilot in the 8th Air Force flying over Europe. But we had 144,000 deaths in our in World War II, and just in airplane deaths, I believe, and 47% of them were in training alone. And you think about, you know, the average age, I think, was 25 in World War II for the guys who served. And tonight in this setting on the USS Midway, what does it mean to be here with Patriot Mobile, the nation's conservative phone network, right? And to be here with all these generations of aircraft and all the volunteers here on the Midway today, right? They're all veterans.
Yeah, I mean, we're here because of the men and women who went and fought, my grandfather and the many that didn't come home. And what an honor and a gift it is that America is a beacon of light and hope to the world, and that Patriot Mobile gets to say, hey, we stand with you. We are patriots, right? And we want our dollars from our cell phones to go to support those causes,
yes,
to support the veterans, the active duty military, the first responders that are saying, send me, I'll be on the front lines. That's why we exist, and that's what a gift that we get to sponsor this event.
Tell us about your partnership with the Moms for Liberty. What type of issues you engaged in with them, and what kind of support do you offer?
Yeah, so we give a portion of every single dollar from cell phones to organizations like Moms for Liberty, like American Journey Experience, like Folds of Honor, Boot Campaign, Soldier Strong, you name it. Within those 4 pillars, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, and veterans and first responders. And Moms for Liberty is unique in that they're standing up for moms. I'm a mom, and so I think about giving other moms a voice to say, hey, you can stand up for your rights of your children. I actually was a collegiate athlete, and I love that they've kind of stepped into that space, too, of protecting young women, because young women are worth protecting, right? We live in kind of a crazy upside-down world sometimes.
Yeah, you think like these girls, like I have 3 daughters and a son, and we have 20 years, 37 travel teams between them. They train their whole life to dance, to play in other sports, and, you know, girls lacrosse, soccer, softball, and all these things. They train their whole life, and they finally get there, track and field, and then a man comes in, dominates the whole competition. How unfair is that? And have you seen any strides? And now I know Moms for Liberty has had big successes in court decisions in protecting Title IX, right?
No, it's incredible. I got to be a collegiate athlete because of Title IX. So it's very personal for me. I worked very hard to become a collegiate athlete at SMU, and I think about the women who fought for that right, that I got to go and have women's sports, and to think that it's being erased by, quite frankly, these people that claim to be feminists, which I'm like, I mean, obviously modern feminism is taking a whole new angle.
They fought so hard.
Yes, yeah, and I think it is just that women have a unique role, but we are different. Men and women are different, and men and women should have different roles. It comes back to scripture, right? I mean, we talked about it kind of in tonight's event too, of the God made them male and female and different and beautiful. And so I think about my boys. I have 2 boys, and boy, are they different than girls, right? And so, what an honor it is that Patriot Mobile gets to partner with these groups that says, hey, no, men are men and women are women, and how cool that is.
Yeah, and I remember Riley Gaines at Moms for Liberty 2 years ago at the Marriott in Washington talking about that there's physical differences between men and women, and you have to categorize it, right? Because it just isn't fair.
No, it truly isn't fair. We are not the same. Different but equal, right?
But you can do a lot of things better than men too, though. So
well, sure, different, right? That goes back to it. I think that's why God made us like that. And I think that when we think about how God made each of us, right, like men and women, but each gave us something to do inside of our hearts. And so whether you're sitting at home and you're like, oh, God made me a mom, well, go be the best mom that you could be, or go be the school teacher or a news anchor, right? Like, God is calling each of us to do something for Him, and He wants us to do it with everything that we have. And so what a gift that we get to stand alongside organizations like Moms for Liberty and organizations that are standing with our veterans and first responders. I'm sitting at the table tonight with a man from Mighty Oaks Foundation, and they help veterans, first responders, and active duty military, and they help them with all the things that they come back from war with, the emotional scars, not necessarily the physical ones, and they help them find the answer to that, which is Jesus, and the healing that comes from the Lord. Not just, some of it's the therapy and the PTSD and all that, but it's so much deeper than that. It's the root issue, right?
Right. It's a triad. It's a lot of things. Daniel Buck, I want to thank you so much. And Patriot Mobile, go to the QR code at the bottom of your screen and go to USS Midway as your promo code, and get involved, because they're a company that puts their money where their mouth is.
I promise your phone will work. We're on all 3 of the major networks, and you get to talk to an American you can understand. Thank you.
That's nice, Daniel. Thank you so much, and great job up there tonight. So we're going to keep bringing guests in here from the deck of the USS Midway. We've got iconic aircraft all over here, spanning generations. We've got S-60 Seahawks here. We got HH-53 Sea Knights. We got CH-46s. All of these aircraft have contributed to our conflicts around the world, keeping American sailors and American aviators and American troops safe around the globe. The Midway, an integral part of everything that's going on here. And who do we have with us right now?
Monique Miller. Go ahead. I'm the chairman of the board of Moms for Liberty Foundation and a legislator in the free state of Florida.
Right, and you're in the Space Coast of Florida, Monique. I want to thank you. Come on in a little bit. So you're in an area. I interviewed Mike Haradopoulos about the incredible achievements, Merritt Island, going out to the Space Coast, and Blue Origin, and SpaceX, and all the incredible things. You're in a red hot region.
Absolutely, it's incredible the growth that we've experienced in the Space Coast, and it's going to continue to keep going.
Yeah, for sure. Now you're in the 33rd district. You're in the State House, right, of Florida. You guys have signed legislation. Moms for Liberty was critical in that legislation to protect children against gender identity being pushed on them in the schools, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We influenced legislation in Florida even before I got there. So the Parental Bill of Rights, the making sure that, they called it the Don't Say Gay. It was actually the Doesn't Say Gay bill, making sure that, we weren't having people grooming our children in our schools.
What's your mission right now? What do you got going for it? I know you have issues like you want humans in the classroom. You want, to see what the curriculum's going to be. What are your hottest issues?
I'll tell you one of the most important to me personally. I work in the technology industry, and AI in the classroom is getting to be a big part of the conversation. Data privacy, what's happening with our kids' data once, they get onto these systems. We don't even know what's going on with them. And so that's become an incredibly important topic for parents to understand and manage.
And how do you protect the kids from seeing obscene content on the web, right? Because you go on, you could see anything you want, no matter what age you are, it appears.
That's right. In fact, we were honored to be part of Melania Trump's initiative with AI. So we're part of her group that she's bringing together, kind of the thought leaders, both from technology and then from cultural organizations and leaders like us.
DeSantis leading the way on these issues compared to most governors?
I mean, he's definitely taken an early interest in AI. He proposed the AI Bill of Rights amendments that we considered in the state of Florida this last session. I think it was a lot. It was a big bill for us to digest. I think I'm one of maybe 2 or 3 legislators that can actually spell AI, because most of them are not in technology, and so it takes a little longer for us to get our head around and make sure we're doing the right thing before we move.
Yeah, and so many people have relocated to Florida. You know, New York had an exit of about 800,000 people since 2018. 5,000 businesses left New York City last year. Internships are down 37%. States like North Carolina have jobs. States like Tennessee and Texas have jobs. But Florida is really benefiting from that exodus. How do you deal with that influx and still maintain the standards that you want to see and the curriculum that, you know, is protecting our kids?
So first of all, I think we've attracted the right folks, right? We have the freedom lovers that have moved there, right?
Yeah.
The people who want to make those investments, and we're seeing that. You mentioned earlier the Space Coast is taking off like crazy, no pun intended. And so that investment is really helping us to keep the infrastructure up with the growth. We definitely had a little bit of a struggle. Some areas have grown faster than others, but we're catching up, and we're in this for the long haul. So.
Are you the state chair of, or are you a chapter chair?
So I'm actually on the board of directors of Moms for Liberty.
Right. And what's your role there?
So we really oversee the direction of the organization and kind of decide what we're going to be doing for the next 5 years. So we're celebrating our 5-year.
Are you growing? Is the chapters growing?
Growing like crazy. We went through a period of growth. Now we've kind of right-sized the organization, the people who are truly on mission and understand what it means. Because you've heard the stories tonight, what our moms have gone through to do what they do is tough, right? It's so hard what they've gone through personally. They get attacked, they get challenged. Their husbands sometimes lose the jobs because they're being, in the spotlight. And so we've had some attrition because of the people who decide that they're in this for the long haul. And I think we have a team of warriors that are in this.
Do you think the people that are going against the agenda that is the suitable agenda for our kids are the minority, and they're just concentrated in their power at the top? Can they be defeated?
So the people, I don't think there's anybody, when you look at polling, the issues that we're talking about, girls and, staying girls sports and not having boys playing girls sports, this is not an unpopular issue. This polls in the 80 percentile and above.
Yeah.
So these are what everybody's thinking. We're just saying it out loud and fighting for it every single day.
All right. Well, I hope you keep up the good fight there. And everybody, Monique Miller, Florida's 33rd district in the Florida House. You've got a great legislature down there.
Yes, we do.
And you're very fortunate. And hopefully you'll maybe keep a governor that has that in mind as well, right? Who do you think is going to win the race?
Well, I've thrown my support behind Byron Donalds, and I think he's going to pull it off. So.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy tonight.
Thank you.
Epic evening here in San Diego Harbor. Hi, I'm David Zier. What's your name?
My name is Karen Frost.
Hi, come in, Karen. How are you? Where are you from?
I am the chapter chair of the Los Angeles County Moms for Liberty.
Oh, man, you have your hands full.
Yeah, it is. It's an adventure. It's been an adventure since November 2023 when we launched our chapter, and it's been an amazing experience.
So that's about the time when I was reading like what was going on in Temecula and the Calvary Church and the districts over there. In Orange County, you had wins there, right? Is that momentum been sustainable? And I know Gavin Newsom stepped in and reversed some of the fights you won. So it's a lot there, right?
There's a lot there, but we have some really good news that California is definitely worth saving, and that we have somebody that's championing that fight. And we have Sonia Shaw, who is running for the superintendent of public education, and she is leading the race. She is a superintendent. And she is the...
just hang on one moment. We're going to throw back to the stage, and just stand by. We're going to be back to you, Karen.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Where I saw firsthand how isolating that system can be for our families. And in that moment, when I felt the weight of everything I was seeing, Moms for Liberty found me. I joined early because they were the first group of moms that truly understood what I was experiencing. We took those conversations and those experiences straight to the State House. And together we built a reputation that changed the game. Moms for Liberty gave me preparation, training, courage. They didn't create my convictions, they sharpened them. And that changed everything. But it was my duty. Standing right beside me were my moms from across the state, from 7 Iowa chapters, ready to stand right beside me. The preparation is exactly what carried me into that legislature. In one of the most contested primaries in the state of Iowa, a mom, me, won. Now as a state representative and in my first term, I was assigned to some of the most influential committees in the State House, including serving as Vice Chair of Education. And just a few weeks into session, leadership asked me who was willing to run one of the most controversial bills of the year, the bill removing gender identity as a protected class from the Civil Rights Code, something no other state ever attempted. Well, guess what? I raised my hand because to me, it was simple. It was standing for truth. So we did. We passed it. The legislation was historic. It was difficult and not without cost. I faced threats, criticism, lies. Protesters came to my church. They yelled for me to be removed. I needed security, and I was advised to be wearing soft body armor as protection. Never did I need courage more than I did in those moments. And again, those moms were standing right beside me from Iowa. So what happens when we stand firm in truth? We step up, we serve, we lead, and we get results. At Moms for Liberty Summit last year, an event that I never miss, I sat through session after session, taking in every tool and every piece of training that I could. One session presented something called the Speaks Act, a model policy designed to protect student expression and ensure public school students can speak freely without fear of being silenced. I went home, I pulled the resources, I drafted the bill, made the case to leadership, and because of my position, I ran the bill on the floor and it passed. And just a few weeks ago, the governor signed it into law. This makes Iowa the first in the nation to pass this protection, and the governor personally thanked me for all the work that I did. And the timing of the work felt especially meaningful after losing our friend Charlie Kirk. See, Moms for Liberty knows what time it is. We lead with policy. We lead these policy and these changes that put people like me on the front lines, ready and prepared with real tools. I am the leader I am today because this organization equips parents to step forward with confidence. I didn't begin as a politician. I began as a mom protecting their kids. And Moms for Liberty turned that instinct into action, that action into leadership, and that leadership into real change for families in my state. We are shaping culture with the kinds of policies we are willing to fight for, and I'm incredibly grateful to be standing here before you to share these victories. I know what a privilege it is, and I will work tirelessly every single day to keep doing that, to keep fighting for our families, because that's what I'm called to do, and I will continue to stand for truth. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Samantha. Your story is a powerful reminder that the goal for tonight isn't simply to send moms to Training Summit. It is to equip ordinary parents to become extraordinary leaders just like herself. Give her another round of applause, please. Friends, our next speaker understands this mission from two unique perspectives. She leads on the front lines as chapter chair in Montgomery County, Maryland, and she leads Advance, the mission nationwide, as Moms for Liberty's Director of Development. Please join me in welcoming Rosalind Hanson.
I want to share the story of three moms with you tonight. Lindsay, Melissa, and myself. And I want you to remember one thing, that it's the moms in Moms for Liberty saving America. This matters to you because it's the moms who are the pebbles creating ripples into waves, into tsunamis. In late 2022, Montgomery County Public Schools in Maryland introduced LGBTQ inclusive texts into classrooms for kids as young as 3 and 4 years old. 3 months later, Lindsay, the Moms for Liberty chapter chair, was the first to speak out at the school board on behalf of frustrated families. Families who saw how these lessons implied to our children that our faith and family traditions were wrong. She was the first voice and the spotlight for what the district was doing wrong. She was the pebble that started ripples. At first, families could opt out of these lessons, but overnight, the district took our right away. They told parents that they knew better than we did about what our kids could learn and when. I didn't know Lindsay and Melissa when this happened, when they took away our right, but within 1 week, we found each other. Soon, hundreds of families from diverse faiths would rally to reinstate the opt-out. But the board ignored us. But the media and a religious liberty firm heard us. The ripples were growing into waves. 3 families sued to get our rights back. One of them, my friend Melissa, a Moms for Liberty mom and one of the bravest women I know. Hundreds would sign on to that lawsuit, myself included. The attacks on families for standing for religious liberty were relentless. Melissa was doxxed. We needed police protection at our chapter meeting. I had a neighbor try and find where I live on next door. We went to district court and we lost. And then Moms for Liberty hosted a town hall to raise awareness and support. Hundreds attended, thousands viewed us online, and the protesters surrounded us. But our coalition would not be divided. We would not be silenced. We appealed to the 4th Circuit Court. We lost. We were defeated, but not broken. We prayed and we kept faith because we knew that this wave could become a tsunami. And by God's grace, the Supreme Court agreed to hear our case. And last June, the Supreme Court said that we won. Parents won. And on page 14 of Justice Alito's opinion, he quoted Lindsay's speech. The pebble that created the tsunami. Parents should never have to go to the Supreme Court to defend their fundamental right to direct the upbringing of their children. But I am glad that we did. Because picture now a family that you know with a child in public education. That family, every family in America has strengthened parental rights and religious liberty in education in no small part because of the moms and Moms for Liberty, like Lindsay, Melissa, me, and the hundreds of other parents who said, they're our kids, not the government's. I told Lindsay and Melissa that I would do my best to represent them proudly tonight. And they said, you make us proud every day by staying in the fight. The one thing I want you to remember tonight is that it's the moms and Moms for Liberty who are saving America. Thank you.
I think you can do better than that. Let's hear it for Rosalind. Let's hear it for Samantha. From pebble to ripple to tsunami, we need a tsunami of giving inside this room. Friends, I got to make up some time in the next 5 to 7 minutes. I hope that you will think about the impact that you can make through our paddle raise portion this evening. I want to remind you that all the funds that are donated during this portion of the evening are considered charitable contribution, tax-deductible donations. There's many ways in which you can give. I have got plenty of giving levels. I believe I've got a flavor for every single person that's sitting inside this room. What do you say tonight? We raise more money than they have ever raised before in their 5 years of existence. Can we try to do that tonight in this paddle race portion? Come on. Here's how it works. I'm going to call out some very specific funding levels. When I get to a level or levels at which you'd like to make a direct contribution, I just simply ask that you slide your card into the air. In the artifacts section earlier, I saw a cigar formerly owned by Winston Churchill. It reminded me of a great quote. If you don't get anything else from me tonight, I certainly hope that you will take home the words from Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill once said, "We make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give." Tonight, you got an incredible opportunity to give and to give to something pretty special. Now, we are kicking something off in amazing fashion tonight. We have a leadership gift from a lifelong, long-time supporter, a mom in Florida. She's been here from the start. In fact, she gave the first $1,000 to trademark the logo for Moms for Liberty. Listen to this. She gave $50,000 prior to tonight's event so that it could encourage someone else to make a gift That deserves a round of applause. That's $50,000 coming out of the gate. Our first giving level is $25,000. It sends 10 moms to Summit. Is there anybody tonight that would step up at $25,000? I would love to get 2 to match our anonymous donor, our mom from Florida. It takes a leader. Is there anybody tonight that would make a leadership gift, inspire other people to give? 500 just made a gift of $25,000. God bless you. Wow. That's one. I would certainly love to have one more person step up at $25,000. Is there anybody else? You are starting the ripple effect in this room. Is there anybody else? $25,000. Quickly, I got to move along. Anybody else? Going once. Going twice. Third and final call. Big round of applause for our leadership gift of $25,000. We're making a big jump here to our next giving level. You're going to empower moms to run for office. Funds a winning workshop focused on preparing moms to run for office, providing training and campaign strategy, messaging, fundraising, and voter outreach. The next giving level is $10,000. Is there anybody tonight that could step up at 10? Wow. 334 without hesitation. Thank you for giving joyfully tonight. Wow. Just gave with a smile. That's one. Is there anybody else in this room tonight? You can, you could, you would, you should. Wow. Thank you. 205 just made a $10,000 leadership gift. That's what I'm talking. Yes, you can make some noise on this ship. That's 2. Is there anybody else tonight that could step up $10,000 quickly? Hurry, hurry, hurry. I want to get to the fireworks show too. Anybody else? $10,000. You guys have been amazing tonight. Anybody else? Big round of applause for our 2 gifts of $10,000. Wow. This next gift's $5,000. It sends 2 moms to Summit. Fun participation for 2 emerging leaders, changing 2 communities. $5,000. That's the giving level. Who can help? Wow. Without hesitation. 142. Thank you. After that, 312 with a half smile. There it is. Giving joyfully. After that, 133. After that, 311. Thanks for all your help tonight during the live auction as well. Wow. What a great participant there. Anybody else on this side feeling it? 5,000. Wow. 302 with no smile at all. There it is. Supposed to give joyfully in here tonight. Anybody else? $5,000 quickly. Going once. Going twice. Third and final call. Is that 5 gifts, Tanner? Well, I'm good with another $25,000. Make some noise up in here, would you? This next one is $2,500 scholarship. 1 chapter leader provides a full Summit scholarship for 1 mom. I want to know how many scholarships can we provide right now. $2,500. There should be cards starting to go up all over this room. Thank you for getting the party started. 110 just made a gift of $2,500. There should be cards starting to go up everywhere. $2,500. Help me. 272 just made a gift. Here's what I want to tell you with a smile. When you make a gift from the back of the room, it increases your chances of getting moved up front. So I'll see you up here next year. Anybody else? $2,500. Wow. 206. Thank you for that gift. That's 3. 210 just made a gift. That's 4. Is there anybody else that can make a gift in this room tonight? $2,500. Quickly. Going once. Going twice. Third and final call. Big round of applause. That's another $10,000. Wow. This next one fuels leadership training, supports workshops, breakout sessions, speaker resources, and even educational materials. Friends, we need your help. We cannot do this alone. It's $1,000. I want you to dig deep. There should be cards starting to go up all over this room. I want to tell you, giving inspires giving. And I believe those that are happiest in this thing that we call life are those that do the most for other people. Tonight, you got a great opportunity to do that. Is there anybody that, wow, 300. Thank you. How'd you get in here without a bid number? I'm married to the CEO. Oh, you're married to the CEO? Well, give us that 1,000, baby. I love it. 334. Thank you. 214, thank you. 201, thank you. 139, thank you. I saw that smile. 237, giving joyfully, thank you. Anybody else? 1,000, wow. 218, thank you. After that, 141, thank you. After that, 238, Doug, you're doing a great job back there. After that, 244, thank you for that $1,000 gift. Is there anybody else that could make a $1,000 gift in this room? It's hard to read it backwards when you're looking at it. Oh, you can't find it. Do you know what it is? We'll figure it out. 125 is putting it on their tab. There is a little interest added to it, but it'll be fine. We'll get it worked out. No problem. 332. Thank you for that $1,000 gift. Wow. You guys are amazing. Is there anybody else? Okay. I have some good news and bad news. The good news is we have 13 gifts of 1,000. The bad news is that's a weird number. I want to show you how generosity can unfold in a room like this. See, here's what I need. I need one person to step up, be number 14, and you could inspire that 15th gift. Wow. 271, you are number 14. I want you to look right up here. You got front row seats. 126, you are number 15. But how many people believe that was a little bit too easy? How many people loved their sweet 16 birthday? I know I did. Who wants to be gift number 16 and inspire gift number 17? Is there anybody tonight that could do that? I need one more person to step up and start another ripple effect. A pebble, a ripple, a tsunami. See, if one more person could be 16, we could go all the way to 20. And all it takes is one person to step up. I want to do what you want to do on this ship. So I'm going to ask you one more time. Is there anybody else that can, could, would, should step up at $1,000 and start another round of giving? Going once. Going twice. Third and final call. Well, we're going to make it up at the next one. Give yourselves a round of applause. We just raised another $15,000. I got 3 giving levels left. I want everybody to jump in here real quick. Send a mom to Grassroots Leadership Boot Camp. Fundamental training for mom ready to step into local leadership and community engagement. It's $500. I want you to think about this. See, we have this little restaurant in the South. It's called Chick-fil-A. And they're closed on Sunday. But had they been opened, I personally would have probably already spent $500. And I know there's a few of you in this room that probably would have done the same thing. Make a gift tonight that makes a difference and an impact in your community and around the world. Is there anybody tonight that can make, wow, 341 just made a gift of $500. 308, $500. 208, $500. 334 gives again for the second time in our paddle raise portion. After that, 323. Bless you with no smile at all. I saw you. Anybody else? $500 quickly. Going once. $500. Wow. 215. Thank you. I see you. I see you. Anybody else? 500. Tanner, how many is that? That's a weird number. It's 6. I'm OCD. I'm going after 4 more. Here's how it works. If one person steps up, you could inspire 3 more. I want to do what you want to do. Is there anybody else in this room that could help me out? Wow. 335, you are number 7. If this works, it's because you helped start this. I need 3 more people to step up at $500. Never going to miss it. Is there anybody else in this room that could help us out on this ship? I will tell you, if we don't get to 10 gifts, we're just going to stay the night up here. I need 3 more gifts of 500. Is there anybody else quickly? Going once. Going twice. Again, I want to do what you want to do. I'm trying, I promise. I'm like a duck in the water. I'm trying to look calm on top, but I'm paddling underneath. 277. You are number 8. You're the reason we will get there. Look at this. You caused this. I need 2 more people to step up at $500. Let's do it quickly. 2 more people in this room to step up for an even number. Is there anybody else that can help me out at $500? I want to do what you want to do. Wow, Marissa, thank you so very much for stepping up. You are gift number 9. I need somebody to put the icing on the cake here. I need somebody to put the icing on the cake. Wow. 2, 1, 4. You guys are absolutely incredible. We just raised another $5,000. Make some noise up in here. You was perfect. I'm going to take you on the road with me. I got 2 giving levels left. Don't leave here without making an impact. Don't leave here without making a gift. Charitable contribution, tax-deductible donation. I'm going to start on this side. I'm working my way over here. You know and understand where this money goes. $250 is our next giving level. Who can help us there? Is there anybody tonight that'll get me started? Wow. 110. Thank you for all the help tonight. Wow. $250. 217. Thank you. 333. Thank you. 132. Thank you for that gift. $250. Wow. I see you. Now they're moving. 2, 3, 4. Thank you. After that, 314 with a smile. It's $250. Think about all that stuff you put in your Starbucks every week and how much you recharge that card. Anybody else? $250. Going once. 343. Thank you for that gift. Anybody else? How many is that, Tanner? That's 7. That's 7. I want to do what you want to do, but that's a weird number. Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? Third and final call. Big round of applause to everybody that made a gift. Oh, wow. Excuse me. 339. 339 just made a gift of $250. Well, friends, I got to bring the curtain down on the fundraising because we still have a little bit left to go, and we got a huge celebration to have tonight. Our last and final giving level is $100. I'm not going to call these out, but our staff members, our volunteers are going to come around. They're going to pick up these last few. You may think $100 doesn't make a difference, but I'm here to tell you every single dollar makes a difference. We need your help. It's $100. Maybe you've already given. Maybe, just maybe, you can give again. Charitable contribution, tax-deductible donation. Don't leave here. I know some of you have had a really good meal tonight right in front of you. Think about how much that would have cost if you just bought it right off the bottom of this ship. You know what I'm saying? It's $100. Make a gift. Who can do that? Hold your card up. We're going to come by. We're going to collect them. Hurry. Hurry. Wow. 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 Thank you. Wow. Wow. Get them up. Let's go. How's this side feeling? Get those cards up. Hurry. Thank you. With a smile back there. Tanner, help me get those up. Doug's up here. Maybe you've already given. Maybe you can give again. You guys have been absolutely incredible. I want to tell you the silent auction. There's a pop quiz following this. The silent auction ends tomorrow at 5 p.m. What time tomorrow does the silent auction end? 5 p.m. You guys are incredible, and you're so smart and funny and witty. Yeah, here, whatever it is here, because I'm going back to Central Time, so I don't want to get messed up. If you got any questions, you need to go check out the hangar deck where you all checked in. You got your bid numbers. You can go right back down there. I want to say thank you for your enthusiastic bidding. Thank you for your generous support tonight for Moms for Liberty. It's been my honor, my privilege, my pleasure. My name is Trey Morris from Murray, Kentucky. Thank you. God bless you for being here. You guys are awesome.
Please welcome back Mary Milben.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, before Glenn Beck comes to close us out tonight, why don't we stand? We're going to honor our country with the national anthem one more time as the fireworks go off in the sky and as we celebrate America tonight. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets ring clear, the bombs bursting in air, gave proofs to the night that our flag was still anniversary. Let's welcome Glenn Beck to the stage. Come on, Glenn. Glenn Beck.
You know, I've always been told not to follow children. I want to thank the city of San Diego for giving us a time limit so I can now follow the big finale. California, it makes more sense every day, doesn't it? I would have reprinted. I was backstage trying furiously to edit my speech. I was like, we got to print it again. All the printers are busy just printing up new ballots so they can count. So, jeez. Well, hello. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you, Moms for Liberty. You are really, truly amazing. I said in 2008 or 9, I was on the air and I said, you know, there's going to be two groups of people that save the world, and it's going to be alcoholics. I mean, recovering alcoholics. Although I am pulling for the alcoholics at this point, but, and mothers, because how do you argue with a mom? They've found a way to do it, but not very effectively. Our moms are the ones who raise us. We get so much from our mothers. We learn our values and our principles from our mothers. None of us want to disappoint our mothers. Mothers have played a huge role in all of history, and they are playing a huge role again. And Tina, thank you for you and your organization. I love history. Somebody asked me, this is probably the number one question people ask me about history. Have you always loved history? No, actually no. Bored to tears with history as a kid. I love history because of David Barton. David Barton showed me history, and when I said that can't be true, he pulled out the document and said, well, you can argue with me, but here it is in their own handwriting. And I started to learn stories of history, and I started learning the men, not just memorizing the names and the dates of history. And that's what made me love American history. So, David, thank you sincerely, and Wall Builders for everything that you do. And I want you to close your eyes here for just a second, and I want you to imagine that you are on a ship in the Pacific. Okay. You're so creative. Wow, it's almost like it's really happening. You're on a ship in the middle of the Pacific, and it's 1859. And it's endless and isolating, a little bit terrifying, and it's an expanse of blue water that just seems to go on and on and on. And you are thousands of miles in any direction away from any kind of civilization. And then, suddenly, you spot out on the horizon what appears to be an island. It's actually 3 little tiny islands. They just barely peek over the waves. There's no trees on them or anything else. It's in the middle of nowhere. This island has something moving on it as you get closer. And you realize they're birds. They're albatross. And you think, I've struck gold. That's what happened in 1859. There was Captain Middlebrook. He was a seal hunting captain on his vessel. And he's out in the middle of nowhere. And he sees the albatross on this just bleak island. And the reason why he thinks this is a great find is because it's full of crap, bird crap. And in 1859, we were having a shortage of fertilizer. And when he found the islands, he thought, I claim it in the name of the United States of America. That's exactly what happened. And they named that island, those 3 islands, Midway. Because it was midway between California and Asia. Nobody could have known at that time that some seal hunting captain would find an island full of crap, and that island would change the course of the world. But that is exactly what happened. 60 years after, nothing happened except birds pooping and removing it and putting it on our corn. After that, it's now the late 1930s. Don't I tell history in just a really very scientific way. You'll see the show on PBS soon. Late 1930s come. Nothing has happened on this island. But now growing tension is happening with the Japanese, and so we decide we need to take that 2.5 square island and build airstrips on it. We need to put gun boxes on it. We need to have a seaplane base there at Midway, because we know it's right in between Asia and California. A few months after the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor, the Navy codebreakers, they realize they're coming for our bird crap. We can't let the Japanese have that. And they find out that they're going to take Midway from the United States. And so Admiral Nimitz sent 3 aircraft carriers out, the only 3 that the U.S. had left in the Pacific, and they was going to surprise them at Midway. So now it's 1942, it's early in the morning, it's in June 4th, 108 aircraft from Japanese carriers attacked the base at Midway. Heavy damage, except on the runways. So I don't know what they killed or what they did, but they missed the runways. Good for us. Meanwhile, on our side, the carriers, the Enterprise, the Hornet, and the Yorktown, send 41 torpedo bombers. What people don't realize is how good we are right now, how accurate we can be, and what war used to be like. We send out 41 torpedo bombers. They are low flying, they are lumbering, and they don't have any protection. There isn't a fighter around. And they are supposed to go out and take out the Japanese aircraft carriers. The night before, John Waldron, he's 41 years old. He's the commander of the Hornet Squadron. He was a Naval Academy graduate. He had 2 children back at home. And he said this: "My greatest hope, men, is that we encounter a favorable tactical situation. But if we don't, and worse comes to worse, I want each one of us to do his utmost to destroy our enemy. If there is only one plane left to make that final run in, I want you to be that man, to go in and get that hit. May God bless all of us. Good luck, happy landings, and give them hell." The next morning, they found themselves, right before they took off, being served steak and eggs for breakfast. And all of the pilots looked at each other and said, "We're condemned men." 35 out of those 41 planes were shot out of the sky. They all dropped their bombs. They missed everything. Some of them had enough fuel to turn around and try to get back to the aircraft carrier. Most of those had to ditch in the middle of the ocean, shark-infested waters. 33 of the 41 pilots of the first wave were killed, including the commanding officer. As they were then mopping up, the Japanese were mopping up what was left, and we were wiped out. 47 other bombers suddenly arrived. These dive bombers had come from 3 other U.S. carriers, and they all left at different times, and they all came from different routes. You want to talk about divine providence? Each group was on a separate mission to attack and search for those Japanese carriers. And suddenly, they all came to one place, and just beneath them were the Japanese carriers. At the same time, at the same point. When the Battle of Midway was over, Japan had lost 4 aircraft carriers, 275 planes, and 3,000 men, including almost all of their most experienced pilots. The Americans had lost 1 carrier, 132 planes, and 307 men. It was the turning point in the war. We had won the Battle of Midway. One Japanese officer who saw it, he said, because they were describing this as all of these planes, remember, they're these beautiful silver planes in the sky. He said it looked like a silver waterfall. He said he saw all these planes up above, and suddenly they started to dive down one after another, and it was as if it was a waterfall coming down to the carriers. He said the American dive bomber's success was only made possible by the earlier martyrdom of those torpedo planes that failed to hit anything. I want you to take that first story here and just remember, someone always has to go first. The first group of people we should remember and salute tonight are the 41 American pilots that had to ditch their plane and didn't hit anything, but they were first. Also today, June 6th, 82nd anniversary of D-Day. I want to talk to you a little bit about D-Day. 160,000 Allied troops, 5,000 ships, 13,000 aircraft, 9,000 Allied troops killed or wounded on D-Day. Largest operation, amphibious operation in the history of the world. Nobody in my family served in World War II. My father tried to join right after World War II. He had flat feet. And then I met my wife, Tanya. And her family is Italian. Very Italian. And I was sitting at a wedding. I was dating my wife for probably about 6 months, and her Uncle Leo, who is like right off the boat Italian, used to call me Michelangelo. Every time I'd see him, he'd be at the house and I'd come over and I'd walk in and he'd say, Michelangelo. 6 months into it, I said, Uncle Leo, why do you call me Michelangelo? And he said, look at her. Look at you. I don't need to learn your name. You won't be around long. Yeah, true story. So we're at this wedding, and it's me and Uncle Leo. And we're sitting off to the side, and I said to Uncle Leo, tell me the story of the family. How did you get here? He said, I was born in America. Lived in America till I was 2. He said, then the family moved back. And they lived in Italy. And then the war came. And the family, they were afraid, would be completely wiped out. And so somebody had to keep the family going, and I was the only American. So I went to America. He was 18 or 19 years old. Went all by himself. I said, oh yeah, so did you experience Mussolini? And he said, Mussolini, a good man. And I said, keep it down, Uncle Leo. Keep it down. But when he got to America, he joined the military. He wanted to serve. But because he was right literally off the boat, they thought he was a spy. So he was one of the first people, whenever there was danger, his commanding officer said, Leo, you go first. He was one of the first people on the beaches of Normandy on D-Day. He told me a harrowing story of courage of not just him, but all of those around him. telling me exactly what it was like on the beaches on that day, running for the cliff, trying to stay alive, seeing all of your friends. His best friend couldn't swim. They had these huge backpacks on. They were ill-designed, and they actually floated, and forced when they would float, it forced you face down, not face up. All the way over, his friend kept saying, I can't swim, I can't swim, I can't swim. Didn't matter. When the gate came down, he and Uncle Leo got off the ship. And his friend went down and never came back up. Somebody has to go first. I don't know how many of us have seen the D-Day Memorial. I don't know how many people even know where the D-Day Memorial is, but it's tucked away in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains. Why would it be there? It's there in a small town in Virginia called Bedford. It's located there because the town of Bedford, in proportion of the population, no community lost more people than Bedford, Virginia on D-Day. It lost dozens of people. If you saw Saving Private Ryan, that was Company A. Company A was from Bedford. There were 34 men that went. Out of the 34 men that landed on Omaha Beach that day, 23 of them died on the very first wave of attacks. 6 weeks after D-Day, the young telegraph operator in at Green's Pharmacy in Bedford was overwhelmed at the news. She's there in the pharmacy, and she also works the telegraph. And the telegraph kept going off. And it was the deaths, one after another, of all the people in her town that she knew. There were so many telegraphs that were coming in, she couldn't deliver them. And so she asked the customers that were in the store, this one is for this family. You live right by them. Can you deliver this? This one is for this family. And the whole town delivered the news. Name after name. All of the people in the soda shop in Bedford. Among those that were killed in action from Bedford were Bedford, the name, and Raymond Hoback. They were brothers. Bedford was the older brother, kind of rambunctious. He had a fiancée that was home waiting for him to come home. Raymond was the quiet one. He was more disciplined, and he was the one that could usually be found quietly reading his Bible at home. He had just fallen in love with a British woman that he had met before D-Day. They were planning on getting married. Bedford and Raymond barely made it out of the ramp, off the ramp of the boat, as a swarm of bullets came and cut through them. There was also Ray Stevens and his twin brother, Roy. They were on separate boats that morning. They had plans to meet up after they made it to shore on the beach. Roy's boat never made it to shore. It was struck by an artillery shell. Roy was dumped into the English Channel. He was later rescued. He was picked up. He fought for several weeks in northern France until shrapnel from a landmine took out his shoulder, parts of his jaw, parts of his neck. It ended the war for him. He lived, but he carried the wounds and the scars with him the rest of his life. But his greatest loss was his brother, Ray. Like the Hoback brothers, Ray never made it off of Omaha Beach that day. Bedford and Raymond Hoback's mother, Macy, learned about her son's death, the first one on a Sunday, and the next son the next day. Their younger sister, Lucille, said Mom was devastated, and Dad just went out to the barn because he didn't want anybody to see him cry, and he wept in the barn. These are the people that we celebrate and we forget about all too often. Without those 41 torpedo bombers, there's no perfect timing, there's no perfect anything. But without those 41 bombers at Midway, we lose to the Japanese. Without the Higgins boats and all of those men from Bedford that died, we don't march into Paris. We don't stop Nazi rule. Somebody has to go first. The qualities that these men have, do we have those qualities anymore? Are we willing to do these things? Selflessness, bravery. You know, not all of them wanted to go. Not all of them wanted to die. I'm sure most of them didn't. They were men, mostly in their 20s. But in the heart of the battle, when asked, they were willing to give their life. Are we that selfless now? The heroes at Midway and D-Day, some of them believed, and some of them didn't. But God surely was not a foreign concept at the time. God played a huge role. It kills me when people say our founders were deists. A deist believes God is a watchmaker. He makes the watch, sets the time, and then puts it away and never looks at it again, and is completely uninvolved. Every one of our founders talked about the miracles that they saw. You don't believe in miracles if you're a deist. You only believe in miracles if you believe the truth that God is God, God is active then, now, and in the future. The day after D-Day, a soldier from West Virginia, not from Bedford, but from West Virginia, was walking along Omaha Beach, and he saw something jutting out of the sand. He picked it up. It was exactly what David showed you earlier. It was a Heart Shield Bible. It was stuck in the sand. He reached down to pick it up. It clearly didn't save this soldier's life. It apparently had fallen out of his backpack as he fell. The inside cover said, Raymond S. Hoback, from Mom, Christmas 1938. He wrote a letter and took the Bible. He packaged it up and he sent it to Raymond's mom in Bedford, Macy. It was her most cherished possession and the only personal belonging that she ever got back from her son. There are no atheists in a foxhole. Miracles happen. But here we are in a different time and a different age. And in this black hole of globalized technology, atheism seems to be thriving right now. Or worse yet, maybe you do believe in something, but it is the ultimate darkness. We are now more connected than man has ever been connected before. But we're plugged into the wrong things. We need to be plugged into something much, much bigger than our internet, our devices. We need to plug in to God. So how do we honor the men of D-Day and Midway and those like them who served on this ship and that plane and those ships now just across the water from us? How do we honor them? The first thing we have to do is remember. How many times in the scriptures does God say, remember? Remember. It is a commandment to us over and over and over again. And he instructs us from Adam and Eve all the way along to construct an altar, to build a monument, to remember. We live in a society now that's tearing down our monuments, tearing down our statues, tearing down the things that help us remember. And if we don't remember, and we don't remember the stories, we forget who we are, where we came from, and where we're going. By remembering, we become better citizens, better people, and we can be the caretakers of freedom. World War II has a unique time in our history. And that generation, there are very few left. I don't know about you, but I went back to say thank you to the two guys that unfolded the flag. Coe, the older gentleman, the shorter gentleman, was truly remarkable. I wanted to hear his story. I just said thank you, and he saluted me. We talk an awful lot about rights now. We were just at Ellis Island for the Statue of Liberty, and everybody was talking about rights. It's time that we start talking about our responsibilities. Right now, we are in the first time in human history can actually be entertained every waking hour of our life. There was a book out in the 1980s, Amusing Ourselves to Death. He was worried about television. Look at what we're facing now. What has technology done to us? It has made it very hard for us to look at our responsibilities, to look at sacrifice. We're all owed something. It can all be better, even though I'm not going to work for it and I'm not willing to sacrifice for it. Our founders lost everything, many of them. Sam Adams lost everything. He wrote to his family after they lost their house, their belongings, we all have to be content to suffer the loss of all things in this life rather than tamely surrender the public liberty. It is our 250th anniversary. How many of us remember? How many of us remember what we're even living in today and the value of this freedom? The things that we see, the things that we're able to accomplish, the God we can praise or not praise. For the first time in human history, men live like they've never lived before. And most Americans say, meh. Remember where we have come from. Remember what it has taken. Remember those who have sacrificed so we can say, meh. Abraham Lincoln said in the Gettysburg Address, he gave us his marching orders, our marching orders today. It is rather for us here to be dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave their last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. This, he said in the 1800s, this I beg of you today. Let us all here highly resolve. Let us be the first to remember and honor the past. Let us resolve to prepare the next generation for the future just ahead, a future that is brighter than today, is better than today, is more glorious than today. We're only defeated when we believe we're defeated. We're only defeated when we can't see a better chapter that is about to be written by Americans who will once again change the world. Let us resolve to be that next generation. Let us persevere. Let us sacrifice gladly serve on the front line. Let us all say, someone has to go first. Let it be me, as we will write a new chapter as the country that is, was, and will be again tomorrow, the last great hope on earth. Thank you for coming. Good night.
What better way to end the night with historian Glenn Beck and people like David Barton. Glenn Beck with this amazing museum, the American Journey Experience down in Texas. Just truly fascinating stuff. We're at the Moms for Liberty Sea to Shining Sea from the U.S. Midway Gala. We just had a fireworks display here, but Moms for Liberty, 300 chapters across the country, changing the dynamic in our school system, getting parents, calling them to action, defending our kids against government overreach and taking parents' rights away. And we're on the deck of the Midway here. We've got all these incredible aircraft. This is one of the most iconic carriers in U.S. history. It's the longest serving aircraft carrier across the way. Our nuclear carriers that are in service are Carl Vinson and Teddy Roosevelt. Spectacular setting here on the San Diego Harbor here. It's an amazing place. Coronado Beach, where our SEALs train. What better place to celebrate our patriotism in advance of America 250? Less than a month away. All that's going on. Real America's Voice News, bringing our audience around the country, especially after America's Moms for Liberty from Ellis Island, where we trace 40% of our ancestry back. 40% of Americans trace their ancestry back through Ellis Island with the Statue of Liberty in the background, the Manhattan skyline. Now we're on the West Coast, doing it again. Moms for Liberty hit it out of the park here. Spectacular day, spectacular night, great people, and defending our liberties, empowering our parents. And I'm David Zia for Real America's Voice News. Thank you for joining us. It's been a great day, an epic day, great weather here in San Diego. Thank you for joining us.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
If I ever did that, I would just take this pen and jam it in my jugular vein, or just find something sharp around the office and cut that one artery that that Sherlock Holmes used to shoot people in their leg, the femoral artery or whatever, where you die fast in the jugular. I'd rather be dead than be inviting people out for meals or to play golf, hoping they give me some money. You're like the lowest form of human being there is. I don't know. Yeah. And then he goes, I maybe could get you to come out with us when he finds out you have a church in Pittsburgh. I said, no, I'm good. I hope it works out for you. That's the guy that ended up watching What No Eye Has Seen on YouTube. His wife showed him, and his church had shut down a bunch for the vaccine and stuff. And he said, I'm going to go check that church out. We'll go this coming Sunday. And if I feel the Holy Spirit, hey, Heather Massey, if I feel the Holy Spirit, I'm going to make that our home church. And he told us later, when I walked in, I felt the Holy Spirit hit me. It was like walking into a wall. And they made that their home church. And 7 months later, after they did, he bought my wife a house. Him and Adonis would talk all the time. Adonis is very affable, plus she golfs and hunts and ends up, and she likes building, and it's like spirits attract. So this guy was 70 years old. He's a master home builder, and would ask, he went home to be with the Lord in his 70s. I really wish he could have stuck around to see our new building, because that guy, from the moment he started coming to our church, really wanted us to have a big building and would take us to look at places. And I know this guy, and I think he'll give you a good deal. And, he wouldn't come out and say it, but it was like, I'll help. and he passed before we got in the big building. I wish he could have seen it, because, of course, I'm sure he can see it in heaven. But he was a great guy. But what I'm saying is, that's why I wrote that book, Understanding the Financial Anointing. Because when you don't have a financial anointing, then you have to chase money. When you have a financial anointing, there's people attracted to, now think of it, everything that slimy guy was trying to get by manipulation, I got trying not to get it. I think God sees you chase people that have money and says, knock yourself out. And I think when you try to walk away from that and